All right, let's go to Anaheim for the Tigers and the Angels. You can see that game on YouTube.
That is drilled out to deep left center field, no doubt about it. And Shohei Ohtani has just hit for the cycle. Big fly for Albert Pujols. Light that baby up as the Angels make it 5 in a row.
The Tigers are getting an opportunity to see some of their young players and what they're going to be able to do.
Are you kidding me? Oh, highway robbery!
What up and welcome to the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube pregame show. Oh, it is a picturesque evening at the Big A, Angels Stadium in Anaheim, California. The Halos are going to host the Detroit Tigers here on YouTube, the third ever installment of the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube, where wherever you are around the globe, you get to watch a baseball game exclusively and for free. I'm Steven Nelson, and it's a treat for everybody involved today because we get to watch Mike Trout together. 2-7 in the program, but #1 on the planet, and I'm going to be honest with you, he might not be from this planet. Dan Plesac, he could be an alien.
Could be. Mike Trout simply is Mickey Mantle of 2019. He leads the league in home runs, RBIs, and he's hitting .297. Every modern metric that you want to look at that rates a player offensively, on base, slugging percentage, he's at the top or near the top of every single major category. He's the best player we've seen since Mickey Mantle.
He is a perfect player and one that we're going to get to watch in just a little bit. To let you know, we have a clock. I was a little early on that, Heels. I'll take the loss. Also, almost took a loss on the throw, we'll be honest. I threw 2 warm-up strikes.
You were right on the money. That's what happens. You're one of those 5 o'clock hitters in BP, hitting balls out of the stadium. 7:05 first pitch, you go up there, and you're a deer in the headlights.
You saved me, though.
I did. Good thing I'm 6'5".
I know,
right?
with a 7-foot
All I said was,
wingspan.
hey, just don't throw it low, throw it up high, and you took it to an extreme. That's
Yeah.
okay. High strike zone in baseball right now. You got away with it. We're
No
good.
doubt. But Mike Trout, for real, you talked about his numbers this year. They're so good each and every year. Somehow, some way, this dude's still underrated.
You know, the book on him was really good low ball hitter. When they start getting the ball up in the zone, they're going to start finding the hole in this guy's swing. Guess what? There's no hole in this swing. When he goes in a bad stretch, it's for like 4 games. He'll go like 1 for 14, when most guys will be like, I'm having a rough go. Mike Trout's ready to jump off a bridge because he's 1 for 14. I mean, look at the numbers. Tied for second home runs. Look at the RBIs. 85 runs batted in, and we aren't even into August yet. The best player in the game right now.
I mean, he's on pace to shatter his career high in home runs, which was 41. He's at 34 right now. You mentioned the ribbies, OPS, 1100 clip. That is the best it's ever been in his career. He's also stellar in the outfield. So people say best player of the generation. What about the players before him? That would be Albert Pujols, Miguel Cabrera, also playing in this game on YouTube. Their first baseman is a different beast.
One of the things that Mike Trout's done, he's taken it to another level. His play out in center field has been amazing. The only thing you could knock on this guy would be he doesn't have the strongest throwing arm, but he's an accurate thrower. Yeah. That's the only knock on this guy's game.
And even at that point, we admit we're splitting hairs with Mike Trout. Again, best player on the planet, and you're probably going to have to rename the MVP trophy after him. He's slotted in, batting second in tonight's Halos lineup behind David Fletcher and in front of Shohei Ohtani, one of the most dynamic athletes in the world.
Last year, when he burst onto the scene as a pitcher, I thought he had as good as stuff. He looked like, to me, another version of Dwight Gooden. His start against the Oakland A's, but this is what has surprised me. Everybody talked about this guy is going to hit at the big league level. He's going to hit for power. And I watched him in spring training. He didn't pitch well. He didn't hit well in spring training of 2018. The season started, and this guy not only did it on the mound, he did it in the batter's box. And he's a unique kind of guy, too, because he's kind of a long, lanky guy. And he gets out front, and you think he gets fooled. He can hit the ball out to left field. Obviously, he can pull it out and hit it out to right field. He's kind of he's a watered-down version of Ichiro, that he has this keen bat-to-ball skills. The swing may not look pretty, but he gets the barrel to it.
For those who don't know who Shohei Ohtani is, he hits, he pitches, he's coming back from an elbow surgery, so we haven't seen him on the mound this year. So that's why when you look at his numbers, you're like, okay, like 15 home runs, 42 ribbies. That's nothing great. Well, it's because he's been hurt, and he doesn't hit every single day. But what he has proven in the short time we've seen him in Major League Baseball, he's become a steady presence as a bat, and makes you wonder, like, how do we get this bat into the lineup every single day?
You know what scares me every time I watch him? He's a right-handed thrower and a left-handed batter. And I get it, he wears the armor on the right elbow.
Right.
But this is his moneymaker, and that's the elbow that's exposed while he's hitting. So very rarely do you see a left-handed hitter and a right-handed thrower. And this is one of the few times, because he does make quite a bit of money with
100%.
with that right arm.
You can get it up to 100
with a pitcher. Yeah. So you got to be careful. I always cringe, particularly when you see pitchers, they want to throw a fastball in and he gets out of the way. I'm like, just don't hit that right arm. Don't hit that right arm.
He'd be easy on Shohei. So again, he's batting third, batting sixth, playing first base. Albert Pujols, the machine, just became the sixth player in MLB history to hit the 650 home run plateau.
650 bombs. You go back and you look at the first few years that he had a St. Louis Cardinals uniform on. He was fast-tracked for Cooperstown, and he's still going to Cooperstown. Now, he's had some injuries, particularly to his lower part of his body. He's had some knee and some foot issues, so he doesn't run quite like he used to be able to run. This was a guy that his first 4 or 5 years, he was never looked at as a burner, like a base stealer,
right,
but a great base runner. If you didn't pay attention to him, he could steal second, he could steal third. That's no longer part of his game, but what's part of his game is barreling it up, and this guy can still hit the ball. The ballpark, he has a little bit more of a difficult time. He has to cheat a little bit more to get to that good fastball, because as Father Time catches up to you, your reflexes aren't quite what they were. So he's a little bit more susceptible to the off-speed pitch, that hard breaking ball, but he's still, when you watch him, you can see why this guy's one of the best right-hand hitters that we've seen in the last 100 years.
He's rolling last 13 games, 18 ribbies, 8 extra base hits, 4 home runs. You talk about right-handed hitters, between him, Trout, and Miguel Cabrera for the Detroit Tigers, 3 of the best righties the game has ever seen from a hitting standpoint. They're going to have to face 2 pitchers trying to find their way in 2019. Jordan Zimmermann for the Tigers, Jaime Barria for the Halos. Zimmerman's 7.57 ERA, the worst among starters right now. So, and Dan, let's start with Jordan Zimmermann. Just a handful of years ago. It doesn't seem like that long ago he had no-hit stuff, but he doesn't have a win his last 17 times out.
Since September of last year, 6-year, $100 million free agent contract.
Yep.
This is year 5. The Tigers have not gotten back much from their investment so far. You touched on it. Hasn't won a game since September. When you think about where this guy was, at one point, a big part of a very good Washington National starting rotation. Now, we're almost into August, and he's searching for his first win of the year.
So when you dive into the tape, what's the biggest issue?
Command issues. And one of the things I marveled about Zimmermann when he was good, he was down in the zone. I get it. We're in this era where we want fastballs up in the zone. But watch this location. It's kind of flat. It's moving away. Soler almost like setting on a tee, 91 miles an hour. So if you don't have location of the fastball, watch this breaking ball right here. Kind of in the inner third of the plate up. Another ball hit out of the ballpark. Then I think what happens is you start to lose your mojo. There's another breaking ball, kind of a backed up slider that C.J. Cron hits out of the ballpark. So his command is not good. His stuff hasn't been as good, and he's not able to hit the glove. Another breaking ball that was supposed to be down and away that ends up on the inner third of the plate. And when you add all of these things up, it looks like a guy, and it is a guy that is struggling like we've never seen a guy of this caliber struggle before.
You said, I've been there before. I can empathize with Jordan Zimmermann a little bit.
There's a fine line, Stephen, between being on and being dominant and being normal, and there's a little bit more of a line when you can't get anybody out. And the guy that you're looking at right there, 1, his confidence has to be deflated. 2, so then you stop trusting your stuff. And 3, every hitter, when you're throwing the ball well, you look at a part of the lineup and you go, okay, I have to navigate around 3, 4, 5. When you have an ERA over 7, you haven't won a game since last September, number 1 through number 9, they all look like Babe Ruth.
And you have to know, or have to believe anyway, that the losing culture that exists right now in Detroit won't exist forever. At least that's what they hope. Has an impact on these. They're humans with emotion as well. And when you're going the wrong way like he is, and on top of that you're not winning ball games, it's tough. On the other side of this starting pitching matchup, Jaime Barria, we're still trying to figure out who exactly this youngster is.
And he's trying to figure out what area code he wants to be. Up and down 7 times. That's right. 7 times he's been up and down from the minor leagues to the big leagues. His best out pitch is his hard slider, and it's a good one. Velocity's good, 93 to 94. He needs command of that breaking ball. If he has it, he has a chance to be very successful. Think about a guy that's from Panama 7 times.
How tough is that?
It has to be, right? You're up, you're down, you're in, you're out. You throw well, you come back, you get sent back down. He's been kind of the yo-yo for the Angels.
Yeah, so Jaime Barria, Jordan Zimmerman, both going to try and put it together tonight for you watching live on YouTube. Luckily for Jaime Barria, he's got one of the best shortstop in the game playing behind him in Andrelton Simmons, who is with J.P. Morosi right now.
Andrelton, what's more challenging, being a winemaker as you are now, or turning a double play?
Challenging. Well, double play, I've been doing it for a while, so I'm gonna say doing the wine thing will be a little more difficult.
And what's next in that area, by the way?
Next? Well, I don't know. And it's a tough one. I'm gonna stick with those 2 for now then.
2 reds, I believe, made by Andrelton. When you think about your career, Andrelton, you're coming up on your 30th birthday. What are going to be the key things to keeping this amazing longevity, your incredible athleticism going here into the next decade?
Well, always adapting, learning and getting better, trying to get better as a hitter, maintaining that agility, trying to maintain my speed, performing. If I can perform and come up with the big hits, I'm sure I'll find a way to stick around.
Your manager said that the clock that you have in your head on a ground ball is the best that he has ever seen. Brad Austin's been around the game for a pretty long time. Where does that come from, Andrelton?
I don't know. I think I pay a lot of attention to hitters, and I try to, if it's somebody I don't know, I try to ask the coaching staff on what they have, how they move, and after that I position myself off of that, and from doing it over and over and paying attention to who's hitting and how hard he hit the ball, you kind of know after a little bit how much time you have. So for the most part, I do well in that department.
And finally, Andrelton, you think about this series. Of course, you're 5 games out of a playoff spot, but there's still time. If you're going to write a script for the next couple weeks, what has to happen pitching-wise and offensively for you guys to get back in this race?
Well, the bullpen has been doing great. The starters have been doing okay, sometimes not that great, but if they can give us a chance, the offense has been swinging the bat better as the years progressed, and I think we should give ourselves a really solid chance of being in the playoffs.
All right, thanks to John Morosi. Now let's get you caught up on some of the games going on around the big leagues at Nationals Park in D.C. Juan Soto, the childish Bambino, driving in. A run in the first, but the Nats, they weren't done.
There it goes! A no-doubter! See you later! Anthony Rendon slams his way to a 6-2 Nationals lead.
Hard to believe 3 weeks ago, right? The baseball world was like, they're going to trade Max Scherzer. They're out of it, right? The Washington Nationals and the San Francisco Giants, one of the biggest form reversals we've seen in years from May to July.
And Anthony Rendon's making himself some money. Starling Marte!
It's a Marte party!
Oh, in the bleachers at Great American Ballpark in Cincinnati. That breaks the ice for Pittsburgh. They jump out in front of Cincinnati, but now behind 2-1. Ooh, we're adding to that thanks to Joey Votto.
Swinging that magic wand, right? There's more to this guy than just hitting for power. Great contact. It keeps one fair just inside the bag.
Oh, we saw one slam with Rendon. How about another? Jose Iglesias. What a find he's been.
Right, and the knock on Iglesias was great glove, no stick. He can't stick around in the big leagues because he can't hit. He's hit for the Reds.
Scandalita with a slam of his own, and Cincinnati pouring it on Pittsburgh. Uh-oh.
Colin Moran, guess who his nephew of B.J. Suroff, former big leaguer for about 17 years. Colin Moran quietly having a really solid year for the Buccos.
No doubt, former North Carolina Tar Heel with a slam of his own. Hey, hello, Bo Bichette making his big league debut for Toronto in Kansas City, and there's his first knock.
First big league knock. I played with his father.
There he is,
Dante, Mr. D. We used to call him Mr. D, overweight lover. Never seen anybody like Dante Bichette. Dressed on the field at 4 o'clock, he'd get there 3:55, and he'd be in full uni by 3:59.
Hey, he made sure to get to the ballpark on time today. Watch his boy make his debut and hit. You saw Whit Merrifield, you know he can hit the baseball. Teoscar Hernandez, when he gets a hold of one, he can launch a baseball.
Blue Jays' future looks really bright with their position players. They're going to have to figure out how to get things going on the mound. Big trade yesterday, sending Marcus Stroman to the Mets.
Eric Sogard also out of Toronto, and Randall Grichuk out of the yard. He's got power. That's not breaking news. Randall Grichuk in the home run. Let's fly on to Coors Field, the Mile High City. Dodgers, Rockies, Raimel Tapia.
Been a very disappointing 2019 for the Rockies.
Oh, okay.
Looked like they were going to turn things around late May into June. They find themselves in the bottom of the NL West. They certainly weren't expecting that when the season started.
Even just a few weeks ago, we're like, all right, the Giants, they're going to be sellers at the cellar in the National League West, and nope, now the Rockies are there. It has been a weird year in a Wild West that has been controlled by L.A. for the most part. So you see the scores, how things stand right now as we're getting closer and closer to first pitch in Anaheim for the third ever MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube. The Detroit Tigers and the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim of Orange County off the 57 freeway there. I mean,
That's your neck of the woods.
It is Southern California. That's my homeland, and that's where we're going to check in with Mark Langston and Tom Verducci. They're going to be in the booth tonight with Rich Waltz.
All right, thanks, Stephen. Well, Mark, is the time of year where not just us looking at the phones, working the phones, players are checking their phones to see what's going on with trade rumors. Let's start with the Angels. This is a team that's still in the wild card hunt. They have a need, starting pitching. What are the chances here that they'll be aggressive, even with a difficult schedule in the second half, and step up and add to the rotation?
I think it's something the Angels will definitely are looking into from the standpoint they're not going to look for the quick fix. They're going to look for something that is going to accommodate them not only this year, but next year, maybe the year past. So whoever they get, it's not going to be just that quick come in, the Madison Bumgarner for one possible run at the wild card. It's going to be somebody that they are going to have for future games and certainly in the next couple of years.
All right, take me inside the Angels clubhouse, what they're thinking, especially Mike Trout. Never won a playoff game in his career so far, the best player in baseball. How much does someone like Mike Trout really watch what's happening with the Angels at the deadline?
Certainly, Mike Trout wants to get into the postseason. He wants to win a world championship. That's one of the reasons he signed here. He really feels that Artie Moreno, the ownership, and everybody in here, that's their goal. Their goal is to put a really good team. And they do spend money here, and they are all about winning and want to do it. They just haven't been able to do it. Injuries have really played a big factor into that, and certainly they played a factor into it here in 2019. If that door opens up and there's a new arm that arrives, Mike Trout might be the first one to run over and hug him because it's going to be a big piece for this Angel team. They need rotation help certainly down here in the next couple of days.
Okay, I've got an idea. One of the teams we're seeing tonight, Detroit Tigers. They've got Matthew Boyd, one of the best young starting pitchers, controllable for the next few years as well. He's really become a big strikeout guy this season, really honed that slider to become a weapon for him. So is there a possible matchup with the two teams we have tonight on YouTube, Tigers and Angels?
Yeah, no question. I think that's a great matchup. But that's exactly what the type of player that I think the Angels are looking for. Angels have already seen Matthew Boyd earlier this year, and he was dominant. So I think he fits the mold exactly, kind of the pitcher the Angels are going to go after. If it's a Robbie Ray, if it's a Matthew Boyd to come over, that would be easy to have him just change over here in the next couple of days. We even face the Tigers here on Wednesday, but I think he fits the mold exactly what the Angels are looking for.
Okay, so if I'm a team, a general manager, and no matter what I need, I've got the Tigers on speed dial. Because if I need starting pitching, there's Matthew Boyd. If I need a power bat, there's Nicholas Castellanos. And I need a relief arm, and who doesn't these days? there's Shane Green available. So what do you expect to see from Detroit between now and 4 p.m. on Wednesday?
I expect them to be active. I think the last two, Shane Green and Nicholas Castellanos, I think those two guys won't be here for the Wednesday game here at the Big A. Matthew Boyd's one that I think they're going to have to really listen hard and really have to be blown away, I think, to make that move. Those other two guys, I don't expect to see them here in the starting lineup come Wednesday.
A lot of drama in baseball these days for the Tigers. The trade deadline for the Angels still pushing for the playoffs. Stephen?
Thank you, Tom and Mark. Boy, their hairstyles and wardrobes fit perfectly in Southern California or what? You see where the Angels and Tigers fit into the standings wall right now. The Halos third in the American League West, but only 5 games back in the wild card race right now. Detroit, one of the teams on the struggle bus in 2019, they are certainly marching toward the future. And you heard, Dan, both Mark Langston and Tom Verducci discussing Detroit and their plans as the trade deadline nears, just a few days away. And they do have pieces that are going to be sought after around the bigs.
They might have the most attractive starting pitcher in Matt Boyd, with Marcus Stroman being off the board, now part of the Mets. There are several teams. I think the Yankees are a team. The Astros are a team. The Angels are a team. The Cubs might be a team. Teams are looking for a controllable pitcher. His strikeout rate is through the roof in 2019.
Filthy.
He has found it. He's 28 years old, so he's not a youngster. And you would think that he's kind of found his way now. Forget about the one-loss record. You look at the ERA, 3.94. I think he could help somebody. In my opinion, he's the most attractive pitcher that's left on the market, because I don't think that the Tigers are looking back. They'd like to get optimum value, of course, but I don't think it's going to take a blockbuster move to get Matthew Boyd.
He's not going to be a free agent until 2023. As you mentioned, 28 years old. And this is really the first year that Matty B's really put it all together. So I understand that there's a lot with his case when you're considering a trade. But you also have to consider that he has been the lone steady piece in that starting rotation, and a guy who loves the community in Detroit. He and his family have found a home there. They want to be there. And again, he's locked up. So if you're Detroit, is there a problem with just keeping him around?
If I'm the Tigers, if I'm Avila running the Tigers ship right now,
yeah,
it's gonna have to take an offer that is really gonna motivate me, that I feel like I'm getting younger players back in return, because he's what you're looking for. He's a good pitcher. He's controllable for a few more years, and you can't just give those kind of pitchers. I think the Tigers are sitting in a really good spot, because I think we both agree Marcus Stroman was going to be on the move at the trade deadline.
100%.
Shocked everybody that it was Sunday before the trade deadline, and now I think Boyd or Bauer, but I don't think the Indians are going to move Bauer. I think Boyd's the most attractive starter on the market right now.
And you would be stunned if Nick Castellanos and Shane Green, who, by the way, started up a podcast together, if they both stick around in Detroit, that would surprise you.
I think that they have a much better chance of being moved before the trade deadline than Boyd.
Than Matt Boyd?
Yes.
That makes total sense. Again, I understand that Detroit is a little bit of ways away from winning, but at some point you got to say, all right, we're done collecting assets. Let's try and start winning ball games. And maybe Matt Boyd, with all the young pitchers they have in the system, say I can help him do that. I don't know.
The most demoralizing thing for a team that's losing is not having quality starting pitching, because you're into that bullpen by the third inning 3 or 4 nights a week, and it demoralizes your team, it demoralizes your organization, and more importantly, it demoralizes your fan base when you're down 6-0 in the third or fourth inning 4 or 5 times a week.
Let's look at the Angels real quick as the trade deadline approaches. Again, they're 5 games out of the second wild card spot. They want pitching. They need pitching.
Badly. And that, I think, is what their Achilles heel, and it's really what has been their Achilles heel. You go back and you look at all the really good Angels teams that Mike Scioscia, they go back to the World Series. They had guys like John Lackey. They had guys, they were an American League team that was trapped in an NL body. They could run, they had speed, they could pitch and catch and throw it, and now they have to live by it. They have to beat you to death with their long ball with Mike Trout, Albert Pujols, Cole Calhoun. They need to outscore mediocre starting pitching.
What the Halos have done over the last month as they've gone through something that goes well beyond baseball, losing a teammate and a brother in Tyler Skaggs, and they've somehow managed to collect themselves and win some ball games. It's been remarkable, and they're still in the thick of the postseason race. You don't have to look far down the standings to find the Halos. You don't have to look far in our broadcast to find JP Morosi. He's got another guest. It's Nico Goodrum of the Detroit Tigers.
Nico, an emotional time of year with the trade deadline coming up, which also means it opens up a lot of opportunities for practical jokes maybe in the clubhouse. Has there been anybody that's had a good one about someone getting traded that hasn't actually happened?
Not yet. You know, this will be my second time dealing with a trade deadline, so we didn't really make any moves last year. So, you know, you have back and forth with saying, oh, you're going here, but I can't think of one that stands out yet. Yep.
You're here early for early hitting today, of course, after a flight in last night from Seattle, and really pretty much the whole team is here. What does that say about the energy that you still have as a club, even at this tough stage of a season?
Yeah, well, you know, we're trying to get better. Everyone's trying to get better every day, and that's what it's about. And you don't see the results, you know, maybe the next day or when you want to, but you keep that, you know, that going on day in, day out, and you know, results will come. So that's a tough thing. You work hard, and you expect the results the next day or the next week, and sometimes it takes a little bit longer. So we just come out here every day and we're working, and you know, we're not going to stop.
Matthew Boyd, you've played behind him now 2 seasons. As the rest of the league gets a chance to learn more about him, what's it like to play behind him? What does he bring to your club on and off the field?
Yeah, man, Boyd competes. He's tough. You know, off the field, you be like, oh man, this is a good, this kind dude. But on that field, you know, he gets after it and he dominates. And you know, usually it's a 1-2-3 inning when we go out there, you know, behind Boyd, and he really keeps you in the game. So it's fun being back there and seeing him compete.
I want to ask you, Nico, about probably your favorite moment of the whole season, that your 5-hit game in your hometown of Atlanta, your home state. First Tiger shortstop with a 5-hit game since the great Hall of Famer Alan Trammell. What did it mean to do that in front of your friends and family? You said more than 30 members of the Goodrum family there. What did that day mean to you?
Like I said, it was right under getting drafted. So you get drafted, that's the highlight, and then, you know, doing that in front of my friends and family that, you know, haven't seen me play since high school, and this is my 10th season playing. So being able to do that in my home state, and, you know, trying to put on a show for them, and it was pretty amazing.
Our thanks to Nico Goodrum and John Morosi. Some storylines ahead of tonight's MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube. Tigers and Angels, Miguel Cabrera. Again, we mentioned off the top of the show, one of the best right-handed hitters ever. And he hasn't been fully healthy the last few years. This year he's been on the field a bunch, but the power numbers haven't been what we've come to expect out of Miguel Cabrera. I used to think back, was it 7 years ago? He and Trout had that epic MVP battle. Miggy had the Triple Crown and won it. But this year, as again you mentioned, Father Time, it's undefeated, and you think it's finally beaten Miguel Cabrera.
It's beating him down, and he just doesn't have the base in any sport, whether it's baseball, basketball, football, figure skating, rowing, whatever it is. You need to have that base. He doesn't have it in his knees. His knees have really let him down, and when you watch him swing now, 5 home runs on the year. This is a guy that could hit 5 home runs in a 3-game series, weekend series, when he was on a roll. Albert Pujols, there's a look at the King Albert, hit his 650th. 2 guys that over time, the wear and tear of playing every day, the expectations of being the man in the lineup. Give Albert Pujols a lot of credit. You know, a lot of people have taken shots at Albert Pujols. Yes. All the new metrics saying he's the worst position player in baseball, which to me is a crime because he's not. He's productive with the bat. He's a DH. He's a leader, and he's still being productive, but it's not the Albert Pujols that we saw 7 or 8 years ago.
But what he has done in his evolving role, because you're right, this is not prime Pujols, we know, but he has shown us this year he's not done yet. It's given you, given me anyway, hope for 2020 as the Angels definitely want to compete, that he can still be a cog in that lineup.
Listen, he is what he is at this point. You know, they try to keep him off the field, off of first base, as much as they can to get him off of his feet. He's had some issues with his knee and particularly his feet. He's a DH primarily at this point of his career, Steven, but the guy can still hit. Miguel Cabrera on the other side, In the American League, it's hard. I mean, it's hard at the DH spot. He just physically isn't able to do mechanically with his swing what he used to be able to do. It's hard to watch at times because as a former pitcher, I've faced both of these guys, and I know what it looks like to look 60 feet 6 inches away from Cabrera and Pujols. And the Miguel Cabrera that you're seeing right now, that's not the guy most pitchers have seen.
This is a tough question to answer. Maybe it's easy, I don't know. Miguel Cabrera, he's still owed a ton of money, 160+ million through 2023. Do you think he'd benefit from playing in an atmosphere where you're competing for a championship?
Probably. The problem is, I don't know if his body is letting him cooperate to be the player that he wants to be. Sooner or later, my fear is he's going to look up and say, I hit 8 home runs for the year. Like, he's playing every day, but the production just isn't there. I just hope he doesn't get down on himself.
This is the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube schedule. You have the Tigers and Angels tonight. And then the rest of the way, you got so many games, so many different markets, teams, franchises, places in the standings. That's what we love about this opportunity to be together with you live on YouTube. The MLB Game of the Week live. Rich Waltz, Mark Langston, Tom Verducci, and John Morosi have the call. Enjoy it.
Here's the pitch. Drives it deep. What a play! Are you kidding me? Oh,
It is a warm Southern California summer night, perfect for baseball. The Big A is ready, and so are we. Welcome to the Major League Baseball Game of the Week on YouTube. Mike Trout and the Los Angeles Angels host the Detroit Tigers, and this opens a 3-game series. Hi, everybody. I'm Rich Waltz. Welcome to Southern California. 2 teams in very different spots. The Detroit Tigers are in year 2 of a deep rebuild. The Los Angeles Angels scratching and clawing and trying to stay in the American League wild card race. And all of this is happening. We're just 48 hours or less than to the trade deadline, which comes up on Wednesday at 4 p.m. Eastern Time. And if you're brand new to Major League Baseball on YouTube, here are a few things to remember. We are streaming live globally on the MLB YouTube channel, and it's all for free. We've got a great schedule still in August and in September. 1.8 million fans are subscribing to the MLB YouTube channel. You can click on the bell icon, get yourself some notifications, and YouTube TV customers can stream live in a Major League Baseball pop-up window. And I'm joined by an all-star cast here tonight. Tom Verducci of MLB Network and Mark Langston of the Angels broadcast team. Let's dig right into it. Let's go Angels first. Look, if they're going to get to the postseason, they're riding Mike Trout right now, and he's doing it not just with his bat, but with everything, Mark.
Yeah, 2019. Can the best player in the game of baseball raise his game a little bit more? Apparently so. Mike Trout can do it all. Defense, you've got that. Nobody gets a better jump on the baseball than Mike Trout. He can lay out and go after anything in the outfield. If it's in the air, it's going to end up in his glove. We've seen it in the past. Great plays over his head. He can climb the wall, and now the arm strength. This is something he has worked so hard on this year, is being able to throw guys out at the plate and allow guys not to take that extra base. You see the 98.6 miles per hour. He's still talking about that. He rubs that in to all of his pitchers' buddies. As far as the speed factor, he's a guy that can steal 20 bases in his sleep. He can steal bags at will, and going down to first base, he puts that added pressure on the defense every time he puts the ball in play. They know how fast Trout is. Power, boy, does he have a lot of it, and certainly this year, more balls with the exit velocity of at least 114 than anybody else in the game of baseball. He's got the power of that short, compact swing. It is fun to watch on a nightly basis. Mike Trout, the best player in the baseball, and he's certainly pushing the bar up a little bit higher.
If you want to project the 2019 numbers, he's on pace for 51 homers. These are video game type numbers, and he's put these numbers up consistently in his career.
He certainly has. It's the month of July here. He has now had he's tied his career high as far as home runs. 12 home runs here in the month of July. 28 RBIs. That's a new career high for Mike Trout.
All right, Tom Verducci, let's do the Tigers here. Now, the trade deadline is on Wednesday. Tom's phone has already vibrated like 3 times since he's come on camera, so a lot is happening. And I guess the question is, will this deep rebuild get any deeper for the Tigers?
Well, I don't know about you, Rich, but I love diners because when I go in there, I open the menu and they've got everything. That's what the Tigers are at the deadline. You want a starting pitcher who has swing and miss stuff? Matthew Boyd is your guy, leads the American League in strikeout to walk rate. With that slider, to me, he's become another Patrick Corbin. He can be a difference maker in October. Well, how about if you need a power bat in the middle of your lineup? Nicholas Castellanos is your guy. The last 3 years, he is 4th in the league in extra base hits. He absolutely crushes left-handed pitching. He's a great addition to any lineup. And how about Shane Green? Yeah, if you want a closer, even an 8th inning guy to get you to the 9th, Shane Green is your guy, having an all-star season, the lowest ERA among relief pitchers. So Detroit Tigers, maybe it's not the one-loss record that they want, Rich, but this is a team that has some of the most valuable trade chips at a really important time of year. Now, Boyd, the price on Boyd is super expensive because he's controlled through 2022. Castellanos and Green more in play, especially Castellanos. He could be a free agent at the end of the season. So again, I think the next 2 days will be a busy time for the Detroit Tigers. We get to 4 o'clock on Wednesday. It'll be interesting to see who's here and who's not.
And because Tom is calling the game tonight, he can't be watching his iPhone the entire night. That's why we have the pride of Michigan here, JP Morosi. JP?
Rich, thanks. As Tom just talked about, a lot of interest around the major leagues in Tigers left-hander Matthew Boyd, but the question now comes, at what price? We may have gotten a bit of an indication there yesterday with the surprising trade of Marcus Stroman to the New York Mets. Here were the details. Anthony Kay and Simeon Woods Richardson going back to Toronto. That right there, the return for Stroman, is important because the Blue Jays did not get any of the top 100 prospects in the major leagues, according to MLBpipeline.com. So what that says is that maybe the going rate for a top starting pitcher is not quite as high as the Tigers had hoped. So maybe a couple more days of shopping for GM Al Avila and his staff. Of course, the Tigers, Nick Castellanos, as Tom had mentioned, the spot I'm hearing from him a lot right now, the Chicago Cubs. So we'll see if potentially that's where Castellanos ends up. Rich, back to you.
All right, JP, we'll be checking in with you all night long. Here are the Tigers. There's some familiar names sprinkled in there. Jacoby Jones in the leadoff spot. You got Nico Goodrum. Miguel Cabrera right now struggling, especially with that right knee. We talked about Castellanos, Kristen Stewart, Candelario, Castro, Hicks, and the veteran Jordy Mercer is in the 9th spot. He's at shorts. Starting pitching depth has been an issue for the Los Angeles Angels. Jaime Barria, the 23-year-old Panamanian, takes the mound. Mark Langston, what will we see tonight?
Well, he was the Angels' top winner last year with 10 games. This year, it has been back and forth from AAA Salt Lake. His last 3 starts, they've been really good. 2-0 record, 2.40 ERA in his last 3 starts. Now, they haven't been quite in a row because of the way the Angels have used him, as they've had an opener in front of him. But when he gets the opportunity to actually just be a starting pitcher, the numbers are actually pretty good. He's coming off his best start of the season against the Los Angeles Dodgers, the best team in the game of baseball. He got a win, 5 innings, 3 hits, just 1 run allowed against the Dodgers last Wednesday.
And Tom Verducci, that word "just" has been a popular one around here, as in if the Angels just had some pitching over the length of the Mike Trout era, they'd have a lot more postseason appearances. They can score runs, this Angels team. It's on the mound that they're struggling.
No doubt. Yeah, they've never been in the top half of the league in ERA since Mike Trout got here. Barria, interesting to see, Mark, how long he might be able to go through 93 pitches in his last start. He's gone, as you mentioned, back and forth between the rotation and the bullpen, but this is a team that gets the fewest innings out of their starters than any team in baseball. That has to change. Barria could help tonight.
Yeah, certainly a guy that, so far what we've seen, you got to remember he's only 23 years old and he just turned 23 July 18th, so still a really young player at the major league level.
Jacoby Jones in the box, Nico Goodrum and Miguel Cabrera scheduled to appear here in the first, and Barria starts with a fastball that's fouled back to the screen. Now, both these teams were involved in walk-offs yesterday. The Tigers, and it's happened to them a lot lately, were walked off in Seattle. And it was the Angels themselves walking off with a win here yesterday to salvage 1 of 4 against the Baltimore Orioles. That one fouled back to the screen.
Yeah, that was a very difficult series for the Angels from the standpoint they just came off an emotional 2-game sweep of the Dodgers in Dodger Stadium, had a ton of momentum, and they ran into a 16-inning game on Thursday night. They had to use their next day starter, Griffin Canning, and paid the price for it the entire series.
It's a good take right there by Jones, because the Tigers, they swing outside the zone more than any team, and Barria is going to throw a ton of sliders trying to get chase swings. Discipline, huge tonight for Detroit.
That is strike 3 called. What's your scouting report on this right-hander?
Well, Jaime Barria, we saw it in his last start, used his fastball a lot more than we've seen in the past, and he is slider heavy. If you look at the numbers, he is right around close to almost 50% as far as slider usage. So he's got to establish that fastball early, finish his slider. That means get out in front and execute. Certainly you don't want to leave that ball over the middle of the plate. That's where he's been hurt, and then pick up where he left off in that start against the Dodgers.
Switch hitting Nico Goodrum, who's hot right now, an 8-game hit streak, stands in. You've got Cabrera on deck. Goodrum, one of the young players that's getting a chance to play, that's getting a lot of at-bats, and has had some moments this year. And what was it Ron Gardenhire told us before the ball game? There are some tools here. There are some guys that can play at this level and can play well, and Goodrum was one of the names that he mentioned.
Well, he's a valuable chip because he can play all over the field, and as a hitter, Rich, he's got extremely fast hands, very quick to the baseball. He's number 2 in the major leagues against high velocity fastballs. Now Barria is not going to flash the 95 plus, but you're going to have to throw him, as Barria likes to do, a ton of sliders anyway, because this guy can time a jet plane.
And right now, the Tigers are in the throes of a real slump in a season that has felt like a slump. And the Tigers have dropped 12 of their last 13. They're 2-17 this month, and they were swept in Seattle in a 4-game series.
Biblical. That's what I call the slump. 40 days and 40 nights, they've won 4 times. That's
hard to do.
Not a lot of handshaking after games, Mark.
That is very hard to do.
Goodrum fights that pitch off and stays alive at 2-2.
You look at what they've done in the AL West against the AL West. The AL West is still, I think, the best division in all of baseball. They have 4 teams that are 500 or better, and with that being said, the AL West has really dominated the Tigers this year. They are 1-15 against the AL West this year. They're 1 win against the Angels back at Detroit, and Matthew Boyd was the guy on the mound for the Tigers.
There's that bat speed that you talked about, Tom.
Yeah, you got a good look at that there. You know, again, you're not going to see the high velo from Barria, but going inside after a steady diet of sliders, still wasn't able to get that by Nico. Time to go back to the breaking ball.
Yeah, that's still, as a pitcher, that's what you have to show them, that fastball. You have to show him inside. As quick as he is, you're pretty much probably going to get a foul ball off of that.
Great changeup. Yep. And a pair of strikeouts.
And that's what that does. You speed that bat up. That fastball, only 92 miles an hour. The pitch before, he hits it hard. You speed that bat up. What do right behind it? You come back with that changeup at 83 miles an hour and gets Goodrum way out in front.
For those of us that have had the pleasure of watching Miguel Cabrera throughout his Hall of Fame career, this year has been frustrating to watch and hard to watch at times, because you know he's not healthy. Now, it was a tricep injury last year that really kept him out. But what's hurting him right now are chronic injuries in that right knee. And he just has no power, the inability to load. He still is a great contact hitter, but that word doesn't belong in the same sentence. Cabrera to center, Trout, and he drives it out to center field. How about that?
Well, you couldn't have teed that up any better. Cabrera saying, I'm not just a singles hitter. This is a fastball out over the plate at 92, and this looks like it's not even barreled up, but a little more towards the end. Trout, so many times we've seen him leap up and pull these balls back. He's unable to do that, and Miggy Cabrera able to put the Tigers on the board 1-0 on this blast to dead center.
And he let everybody know around the bases from first, second, third, and then home. He still got it.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Mark, this is doubling up on the fastball away. And watch his back half. That knee, he's not able to drive through the baseball. And, Rich, that is where the lack of power comes from. But he's still quick enough to the baseball and still such a smart hitter that he can still generate enough power, not nearly the same.
Only his 6th home run, and he'd gone 58 at bats without a home run. And his slugging percentage opened the night at .363.
Well, he's really upset about something there because, as you mentioned, it wasn't polite conversations going around the bases. And even after he scored that run, he was jawing with Dustin Garneau.
Castellanos back to the mound. Barria has it, flips to first. Miguel Cabrera flashing the power of old. Goes to dead center. And the Tigers open up this 3-game series. Miggy is hot, I mean steamed right now. And a 1-0 Detroit lead. Let's see if we can catch some of the dialogue with Cabrera when he crossed home plate.
You know, he's a guy who likes to have fun when he plays the game too, so sometimes it's hard to tell when he's playing with people and when he's actually a little perturbed. There's a little conversation. I think it was a one-way conversation. Garneau's saying, "What?
Are you
I
talking
didn't
to
do
me?"
anything."
There's no doubt. It's like, "Are you talking to me?" And you can see Garneau's got a smile on his face, and I think Miggy Cabrera knows that Barria is a guy that gets his outs with sliders. They challenged him back-to-back fastballs, and certainly able to hit the second one out dead center.
He is a very proud man. 471 career home runs now.
Well, to me, he and Albert Pujols are, so I want to say, the most representative of their generation as hitters, because that's typical Miggy and early Albert taking fastballs and hitting to the center of the field, or especially right field, and then pulling breaking pitches. It's a great approach to take. Miggy has been terrific at it.
And later on in the show, we'll have them both together sitting down and talking about each other.
I can't wait to hear that.
Which is something you don't want to miss. All right, Angels lineup. David Fletcher is having a nice year. Mike Trout he's the best player in the game. Shohei Ohtani is in the 3 spot. Justin Upton's back from an injury, and that has helped the Angels lineup. Cole Calhoun in the 5 spot. Pujols is down at 6. Andrelton Simmons hits 7. Matt Bice, the pride of Virginia, the University of, with a walk-off homer and 2 homers yesterday. And Dustin Garneau is in the 9 spots. And Jordan Zimmerman, talk about trying to recapture your past. That's what Zimmerman is trying to do, fighting through what has been an injury-filled run in Detroit. Pops in a fastball at 90 miles an hour to David Fletcher. Fletcher arrived in the big leagues last year, 80 games. This has been somewhat of a bust-out year. On the ground, Mercer. And there's 1 out.
Hey, you talked about David Fletcher, and one of the reasons that Mike Trout is driving in as many runs as he's had this year is because of the personnel around him. And David Fletcher, a big part of that, came into this game with a .359 on-base percentage. Trout this year has had more home runs with guys on base than at any other juncture in his career. So his teammates are a big part of why Mike Trout is having the monster year that he is.
Trout fouls it back. We saw that scouting report on Jordan Zimmerman.
I dug into Mark's 8-track collection, and I looked up some of the best rockers from Orange County. So no doubt was settled down. For Jordan, he's had trouble in the 1st and 2nd inning. Once I was the great Tim Buckley from Orange County. Once this dude was a 2-time All-Star, one of the best pitchers in the National League. And just once in my life, as the Righteous Brothers sang,
wow,
he wants a win.
Trout into left field, and that's a base hit.
17 starts in a row without a win for Jordan Zimmerman. So not once in his life, but it seems that way almost a year's time.
And that wears on you as a starting pitcher when you are scuffling, and certainly you're almost expecting things to go wrong and haywire. And for Jordan Zimmerman, injuries have played a big part of what you were talking about. And again, this is a guy that used to blow 97 miles an hour, does not have that velocity anymore. And that's the adjustment you have to make when you get a little longer in the tooth. and you don't have that power fastball, you have got to learn to be a little more efficient on corners. And Jordan Zimmermann, that he's in the process of trying to figure that out.
Now, Mark Langston took us through all the tools of Mike Trout in his toolbox, and one of those is speed, one that people don't really talk about. He's 8 of 10 in stolen bases. He is, by StatCast count, the 15th fastest player in baseball in foot speed. And Ohtani fouls that one back.
Well, we've been dying for a race. It's never going to happen, of Trout and Ohtani. Both these guys, well, I don't know which one's quicker. Trout's got that quick step. That first step, Trout will always get him on that. But once those big, long legs of Shohei get rolling, he is incredibly quick.
I'd pay to watch that. That's like better than Phil and Tiger.
I hear you.
Let's get that teed up. We'll go to Vegas or someplace. But I think both, listen, Trout and Ohtani are headaches for any pitcher, but for Jordan Zimmermann especially, because you need velocity up.
The dialogue continues.
And Jordan doesn't really have velocity, period, but especially up in the zone. 2 excellent breaking ball hitters down in the zone back-to-back for the Angels.
JP Morosi is down there in the Tiger dugout. What's going on with Miggy Cabrera down there, JP?
Well, Rich, a lot of conversation. I think right now what's happening is Miguel is talking to Candelaria about holding on Mike Trout, and Miguel's listening right now. Yes, correct? Yes. So we're talking about how he's holding him on Trout there. Of course, Trout almost get the... Oh!
Goodrum, Mercer, and a bullet of a double play.
How about that?
Yes.
And so, Rich, to continue, Miguel, when he came over after the home run, he smiled at me and he said, that would be the 3rd out in Detroit. Of course, the expansive center field, 420 to center field, become a bit of a conversation topic from Nick Castellanos and others around the Tigers here in recent days. And quite literally, Rich, he's correct. It's 396. It was just over the wall. It's 420 to center field in Detroit. So Miguel was laughing, having a good time. And I really think as well, the conversation you saw with Albert around first base, Rich, having watched Miguel play a long time, there's something about him where when he's around the other greats of his generation, he becomes more animated. I think he gets more excited. And I really think for Miguel Cabrera, in the midst of a tough year, being on the field with the man that he grew up idolizing in the National League in many ways, Albert Pujols, and the man against whom he battled for MVPs in Mike Trout, being on the same field together, I do believe, Rich, has a way of bringing out the very best of Miguel. And it's a very fun-loving competition. I don't think there's anything mean-spirited there. I think it's just Miguel enjoying the game and speaking with someone who is known now for well more than a decade.
All right, good stuff. Yeah, Pujols, Cabrera, and with Trout, we've got, what, 7 MVP awards in this game? How often do you have 3 MVPs in the same ball game these days?
You got 3 potential Hall of Famers also. You got Albert's a shoe-in. I think Cabrera's a shoe-in. Trout definitely is well on his way to being a Hall of Famer. So 3, I think, first ballot Hall of Famers are involved in this game here tonight.
And Mike hasn't stolen the base in a little more than a month. He was running on that pitch. He slipped his first step. He lost the footing, and would have had, I think, a good jump to get the bag on a ball that turned into a double play.
Yep, and Shohei hit that ball hard.
Tigers have the only run here. Miguel Cabrera home run to straightaway center field. A look.
Clean up, aisle 9. There's a spillage over there.
Ohtani hit it on the button. Kristen Stewart, Jeimer Candelario, and Harold Castro for the Tigers against Jaime Barria. Stewart, the 25-year-old, terrific college player at Tennessee. Climbed the ladder in the Tiger organization, winning Player of the Year award in the minors a couple times. It was a September call-up last year, and once he came up, he's been in left field ever since.
We talked about Trout being a compensation pick by the Angels for losing Mark Teixeira, and Stewart was a compensation pick for the Tigers losing Max Scherzer.
Couple of hops. Pujols, remember, has won a Gold Glove at first base. And then he flips it to Barria for the first out.
Yeah, Albert doesn't have the ability or the mobility like he used to have when he did win the Gold Gloves. But if it's in the vicinity, Albert will catch it every time, and he always gives that perfect flip to the pitcher coming over. It is chest high, and when the pitcher's running over there, you want that good feed. You want it chest high. Albert always delivers it with a good pace and makes it so easy for the pitcher getting over there.
Okay, as long as we're doing some TV programming, because we got our match race set up between Ohtani and Trout.
You first need someone to ensure that race, okay?
Yeah, but I want a talk show with Pujols and Cabrera, because they've been going at it all game so far.
We have that, actually.
Ongoing conversation.
Now, we don't have the live one, but we were able to get them together for a nice conversation.
I'm seeing it with Albert more as he gets closer to the finish line of a absolute one of the greatest careers ever in the history of the game. A little more relaxed, a little more engaging into something like that, where before, no way, you would not penetrate Albert Pujols in his focus. But now, you know, I've seen him. Miggy will get on, he'll goof around with some of the star players that he has known and respects throughout the game of baseball. Earlier in his career, no way.
Jeimer Candelario with a 3-0 count. And a fastball on the corner. And it's 3-1. Sort of a sophomore slide back for Candelario, who had some moments last year in his first full major league season. He had 19 homers and 28 doubles. And lifts that one in the air. And out of play. Anaheim Stadium, or the Big A. 77 degrees at first pitch. Typical night. This is Mark Langston's home ballpark, so you're used to this.
Oh, yeah. Nothing better. This is one of the greatest places to play the game of baseball. You don't have weather ever as a factor. It is a fun place. It's usually a pretty good atmosphere every night. They pack them in. Over 3 million people come through the gates, I think, for the last 16 straight seasons. So it's a place that's very desirable. And obviously, Mike Trout thought that through before he signed that deal in the offseason, going, this is the place I want to spend the rest of my career at.
3-2, and in the air at twilight. He had the infield shifted, and Trout comes in and makes the catch. Let's check in with JP Morosi. JP?
Well, Rich, as you were pointing out, the conversation between Miguel and Albert after the first at-bat of the inning and the pickup that Albert made, the critique from Miguel in the dugout was simply, "Ay, guante del oro," which would be, of course, Gold Glove. Albert has 2 of those in addition to his 3 MVPs, and certainly Miguel has always admired Albert's defense. In fact, as Miguel started playing first base, the example that I know Jim Leland and others around the organization cited for Miguel rather to emulate, of course, was the great Albert Pujols.
All right, thank you, JP. Berea goes to work on Harold Castro. Castro, a 25-year-old Venezuelan, fouls that one back. And it's 0-2. Solo homer by Miguel Cabrera. Only run of the ball game. Castro, a good contact guy. And another intriguing piece for the Tigers that they hope in the next year or two with the at-bats at the big league level that he continues to progress as a hitter. They like what they see from him.
This is the type of the year for the Tigers. They're going to take peeks at everybody. A lot of guys in their organization that probably would not have been into the big league level had this been a lot better season for the Tigers. This is your opportunity to look at who you potentially want to move forward with. And so Castro is going to be one of those guys. How does he fit here at the major league level?
Ron Gardenhire, in talking about him, compared his swing to a great Angel. And Berea is from Panama, and this Angel is the only other Panamanian to play for the Angels, and that's Rod Carew. He didn't say he's Carew, but he said his swing reminds him it's Carew-like.
Smooth and easy, but there was only one Rod Carew.
And Berea strikes out Harold Castro. So the Tigers have a run on the Cabrera home run. The Angels season has been at times a very difficult one. And of course, the tragic death of Tyler Skaggs on June 12th. The Angels chose several ways to honor their fallen teammate, but perhaps the most appropriate way was one they never could have scripted.
Angels fans honoring Tyler Skaggs on the first home game. The Angels have been back at the Big A. Debbie Skaggs right now in the Angels dugout getting consoled by the rest of the Angels players. Certainly going to be an emotional night for her.
Tonight, while the grieving continues, the Angels and Mariners join fans across the nation and the baseball community in remembering this special young man.
The pitch on the way, swing and a well-hit ball deep to bedrock in left center field. Goodbye baseball.
Look it up, showing his love.
4,500 everywhere in this ballpark.
And the ball game is over. The Angels have no-hit Seattle tonight here at the Big A. 13-0 on a night where the Angels honored Tyler Skaggs.
You know, that's one of the most special moments I've been a part of on a major league field in 25 years. And you feel like it's partly Skaggs' no-hitter.
Like you said, this is for him, his family. You can't make this stuff up, man. This is incredible. We obviously loved him, and you know, it's just a very emotional night for all of us.
Mark Langston, you called that game, and just a surreal night here at the Big A.
Certainly was, and I couldn't even watch that video. It's still emotional. It's still an open wound for, you know, not only me but those guys down in the dugout. They're playing on some serious emotion right at the moment. And I have so much respect for this team, and it's drawn this team a lot closer. Tyler Skaggs was one of those guys on this ball club that had that infectious smile and the ability to make everybody feel good when you walk by. And no longer here, and it's certainly been very difficult for this team to move forward. And again, I just, to watch these guys go out, it takes perfect focus to be able to play this game at this level, and there's been so many distractions. Obviously that's the biggest one, and that was one of those magical nights that you'll never forget. Everybody that was at this ballpark, it's something that they will never ever forget. It was so emotional all the way around.
Justin Upton takes a knee-high fastball for a strike. A ball and a strike. Upton, Cole Calhoun, and then Albert Pujols here in the Angels' second. Jordan Zimmerman, now 33, in his fourth year with the Tigers. Backs him off the plate. And it's 2-1. Well, the Angels, look, they've had a really nice July. And, you know, they've done it in obviously tough circumstances, having lived through it in 2016 with Jose Fernandez. The mental toll and the toll it takes on your psyche for them to have a winning record in July and do what they're doing right now, hanging in the race, is to me, Tom Verducci, pretty incredible.
Well, there's no doubt about it that Brad Ausmus, the manager, talked about that focus and the roller coaster of emotions that they've gone through. You know, don't forget they lost Tyler Skaggs right before the break, and that no hit night was their first home game after the break. So guys kind of went home to their families. Not that they ever will forget about Tyler, but the emotions began to settle a little bit, and then they all came back up again to the surface in that game. So this will continue, not just this year, but beyond this year, as you mentioned, Mark. Not just a teammate, but a loved one.
Incredible leadership shown by a number of Angels, including Andrew Heaney, who joins us now from the Angels dugout. Andrew, welcome to the show. How have you guys been able to push forward, play great baseball with all the tragedy that you faced?
Safer. Thanks for having me on. Man, yeah, I think, you know, something like that happens, you really find out how close you are with these guys. We're playing for each other. We're playing for Skaggsy. We're playing for his whole family, and you know, just trying to make them proud and do something special.
Hey, Andrew, it's Tom Verducci. I was there when you made your first start after we lost Tyler. I was amazed at your focus on the mound. How difficult was it for you to take the ball in that situation? And also tell me about that first pitch, that tribute to Tyler.
Yeah, I think for us, like, getting out on the field, and for me personally, getting on the mound is really like an escape. It's like kind of our way of expressing ourselves. So, you know, for me personally, it was just good to get back out there and 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 play. And then you know, the first pitch just kind of came around. Kind of had talked about it. You know, anybody, like I said, anybody know that that knew Skaggs kind of knew that was his calling card, and just I thought something that you know, something that kind of made sense.
The big overhand curveball.
Yeah, for sure.
Probably threw one like that when last in high school.
Yes, it had been a while for sure.
Well, and the other thing is, you guys are in a race right now.
Yeah.
I know the trading deadline is a couple days away. If your starting rotation can get healthy, you're scoring plenty of runs.
Yeah.
And you've got, you know, a little bit of momentum coming out of this month.
Yeah, I mean, our offense is really doing what they need to do. It's up to us as the starting staff to you know, to really I don't know if you guys can hear me, to really come around and kind of come into our own. We've got some younger guys, some newer guys, and we're trying to incorporate some kind of new routines, some new things, and to try and kind of get us going, get us jump started. And we know that when we go, this team's going to go. So it's up to us to kind of prove to people that we can carry our weight.
Albert Pujols now with 2 outs.
Andrew Heaney, Mark Langston.
What's up, Mark?
Hey, how you are such an important part of that rotation that we were just talking about. You're on the injured list right now. What's going on? I think I saw you out there throwing a side day today. How's that shoulder doing?
Yeah, just a little shoulder impingement, just something that I was trying to fight through and couldn't get through it. You know, before I kind of unfortunately had to tap out. So I'm getting close, throwing now, and I'll be back soon, and hopefully I can you know, help lead these guys.
Well, good luck to you, Andrew, and good luck to the Angels.
Yeah, thank you guys.
All right.
All right.
Andrew Heaney of the Los Angeles Angels. They'd love to get him back in their rotation. They've had a lot of injuries. It is, well, it's less than 48 hours before the trade deadline. 4 o'clock on Wednesday Eastern time, 1 o'clock here in Mark Langston's house. JP Morosi has got an update. JP, what's cooking?
Well, Rich, certainly, as you mentioned, a lot of conversation around the game right now about the starting pitching market. And Marcus Stroman going yesterday affects this market a little bit. Here are some names still out there. Madison Bumgarner right now, according to what sources tell me, Rich, probably going to stay put in San Francisco. They're now above 500. They've got a chance at the wild card. He probably stays right where he is. Greinke, there's a lot of money left on his deal. Not clear if he's going to go. Noah Syndergaard, the man in the middle of that screen right there. Rich, I've heard a lot of conversation between the Mets and the Padres about Noah Syndergaard. Mike Minor, he could be a fit as well for the Texas Rangers potentially. Houston, I believe, at some point in time is going to get a starting pitcher. Just a question of who it'll be as you look at Billy Upper there, the Angels GM. Matthew Boyd, interestingly, we saw him pitch yesterday for the Tigers in Seattle, pitched very well in his hometown. As Tom mentioned, the best strikeout to walk ratio in all of baseball, at least in the American League. And the Angels actually could be a fit for Matthew Boyd, but right now I'm not getting the sense any serious talks. Boyd could be also a fit for the Houston Astros, I was told today.
All right, JP. Some headlines as the trade deadline gets closer, and you can follow it certainly on MLB Network. 24-hour coverage. Tom Verducci and JP Morosi do not sleep, essentially. Of course, Marcus Stroman is the headliner. Some other news and notes, Eric Sogard and Jason Vargas acquired by the Phillies. Tom, I'll start with you, and maybe we'll bring JP in here. When you saw the Stroman deal and the names that came back to Toronto, and the fact that he went to the Mets and not a team that's really contending, what was your reaction there?
Well, like a lot of people, I thought he was winding up in New York. I just thought it'd be the Bronx and not Queens. That was a surprise. I think it caught a lot of people in baseball by surprise. And especially since the Mets have now made it really obvious that Wheeler and Syndergaard are both in play. This was a trade market that we thought was going to go through the Giants. But by the Giants playing so well now that Bumgarner and Will Smith, to me, if they're not off the table, they're almost off the table. So now the shift in where the trade market goes through is the New York Mets with those chips. And I think Wheeler and or Syndergaard will be moved by 4 o'clock on Wednesday.
John Hicks, Jordy Mercer, Jacoby Jones for the Tigers here in the third. A Miguel Cabrera homer to straightaway center is the only run of the ball game. And Jaime Barria bounces a breaking ball, and the count is 1-2. JP, you and I were here at the ballpark watching the Angels, and when you told me the news, the first thing I asked you is, you think they're going to flip him? What? Where do you think this ends? Do you think, like Tom said, that other starting pitchers are going to leave the Mets to bring other pieces in?
Think about where the Mets are right now in their winning window. You would think they thought they opened it with the Cano and Diaz trade in the wintertime. Of course, didn't really work out that way for them, at least so far. I do believe, as Tom does, I think Wheeler will go, Syndergaard will go. Stroman, by all accounts, will stay put. There was a thought maybe yesterday, okay, would the Mets flip him potentially and bring back more prospects? It does not appear that's going to happen. Stroman is going to be with the Mets, of course. He is from Long Island originally, so a good fit there for him going back to his home area. But you see Matthew Boyd there. I think the fact that, to me, that Matthew Boyd is there with 3 more years of control beyond this one, there is tremendous value in that. There's also value for the Tigers to keep him. They've got a lot of young pitching prospects coming up. Of course, Tiger fans know well the names of Mize and Faedo and Manning and Burrows, and having Boyd with what a tremendous influence he is on and off the mound, a great amount of value for the Tigers in that respect as well.
All right, thank you, JP. Jordy Mercer at the plate. When the Tigers went to training camp, they thought they had a veteran middle infield with Mercer and Josh Harrison to help with this transition with a lot of young players. Harrison has been hurt. Mercer at times is banged up. He's in the 9 spot. And Jacoby Jones is on deck. And Berea has one pitch he'd like to have back, and that was the one that Cabrera hit out to center field.
Yeah, an 0-2 fastball, doubled up on the fastball, and back to where you were talking about before, where the legs for Miguel Cabrera, when you don't have the legs and you try to get that ball on the outside part of the plate, and Cabrera's made his living going the opposite way. That's where you want to see, can he still do it? And Berea challenged him, and Mickey said, yes, I can. Hit the ball out dead center.
Berea's just 23, and he's mobile. I mean, 7 times he's gone from AAA to the big leagues, or the big leagues back to AAA this year on, I guess they call the Salt Lake City shuttle. And his last start, 93 pitches, that is a season high for him.
Yep. They've been very cautious. Again, you mentioned 23, and he just turned 23 a couple of weeks ago, so he's still a young guy. Again, the Angels top winner last year. He wins 10 games last year. He's unfazed at the major league level. That's one of the impressive things I like about Jaime Berea is nothing really frets him. I've seen him pitch in the Bronx. He's okay with that. He just wants to go out there and pitch. They need him in the rotation. They mixed and matched with the starters. There's another good slider, and that is his bread and butter pitch. When he gets ahead and he has that slider working, you can see some swings and misses from Berea, and that is strikeout number 4 for Berea. But there's a lot to like about this young man. We talked about his last 3 starts, and again, they're not in a row, but 2-0 with a 2.40 ERA. And if you look at his numbers as a starter this season, 2-1, 3.60 in 4 starts. Reliever, 2-2, a 10 ERA.
Well, it's a very unique slider that he has. It almost reminds me of Brad Lidge back in the day. He's got that straight over the top delivery. So he doesn't have a lot of side to side movement on that slider. It's more of a downward movement on that pitch. So that pitch, that slider he throws is in the strike zone for a long time until it's not at the end. Back when you were pitching, Mark, it was impossible to think of a starting pitcher throwing 32% fastballs.
Oh.
The game was about establishing the fastball, especially down and away. And the game has moved so far away from that now we have someone like Berea who can really, especially on tonight, he's shown a good changeup as well. Secondary pitches are his primary pitches.
Yep, and a lot of it is to do with how deep you're going to go into the game. They like these guys to unload their holster as quickly as they possibly can. They're going to get as much as they can out of them and then go to the bullpens. Every team is starting to go to bullpen heavy. And with that being said, you don't want to save any bullets. You know you're only going to go to a certain point in the game, and it's usually right around that 5-inning mark. And that's where back in the day you would save pitches because you know
you'd have to get them out 3 times.
That 3rd time at bat, you wanted to get that fastball established, hopefully that first time through the lineup.
2-2 to Jacoby Jones, and it's out. Lloyd McClendon adjusted Jones' hands in May. He went from a high set down to a lower set, and Jacoby Jones had the best 6 weeks of his major league career. A little bit of a dip right now. And you can see where he sets his hands, even below his shoulders. 3-2. He fouls it at the plate.
Yeah, it's a slider count for Jaime. You're not going to see a fastball 3-2.
All right, starting pitchers, 16 of them used. Now remember, you've got Matt Harvey, who was released. Ohtani has Tommy John surgery, just to begin with. Obviously, the Skaggs tragedy. Heaney's on the injured list right now.
You have Trevor Cahill, who was he was the opening day starter for the Angels, now out in the Angels bullpen. So they've had a lot of movement in that rotation, and it's really something that they've struggled to establish, is that rotation.
That is a Lidge-like slider there. It ends up at the knees.
Down.
Strike.
Both sides of the plate.
Well, this is the bread and butter, and this is the backdoor slider. This is the one that he doesn't finish, but it still gets the result. And a lot of times guys look for that slider out over the plate, and when it doesn't go there, they give up. They just immediately think this is not going to catch the inside part of the plate. That one does.
MLB Food Fest one-of-a-kind event gives fans the opportunity to taste special menu items from all 30 ballparks. Let's have a look and a taste.
Hey you guys, Sandy Charles here at the MLB Food Fest. Look at this. Oh my gosh, chicken and waffles. We're here in Los Angeles, California. All major league teams, 30 teams, have signature dishes here. I'm gonna go see if I can fit all 30 in my tummy. Let's go.
LA will never let you down when it comes to food. Look at that delicious Philly cheesesteak. It just melts right in your mouth. Okay guys, I am joined by Bill and Molly. Now you guys have a lot of stuff going on right here. So what's been your favorite dish so far?
This is really good. It's a cha-cha bowl from San Francisco, but it's almost like too healthy, so we're gonna put that back.
I'm partial to this burrito corn dog.
The churro dog was a good dessert.
Oh, the Chicago dog. I'm a New York fan. I would go back to Boston. They had the lobster rolls. I hate to say it.
Really, really good. What should I try now? Right now? Yes. Right at this moment, you're gonna have a grasshopper. Okay, so this is the toasted grasshopper. Here we go.
It's so bad.
Now we're gonna take it back to the game.
From toasted grasshoppers to Andrelton Simmons, that's a difficult transition to make. Matt Thaiss and Dustin Garneau will follow.
Take me out to the ball game. Buy me some peanuts and toasted grasshoppers.
I think, you know,
isn't that how it goes?
Langer, didn't we you and I did a game at it was Safeco Field last year, and they brought those to the booth.
They did.
I had a taste.
And?
Not good. No bueno. No bueno. Not good. Zimmerman buries one to Simmons.
Mark, I didn't hear anything from you. Did you try them?
Believe me, crickets from my end. I was not about to try those things at all. Nope, not going to do it.
Apparently that was in my contract that I had to, and that looks much better than what we had. Simmons, a chopper, wide of third. 5 homers. Simmons getting on base at a .310 clip. Walking has never been a strong suit with him. It's usually early action when he's at the plate.
Simmons has always been one of the toughest guys to strike out also. He just always puts the ball in play. He's done a much better job of not chasing a lot of pitches that when guys work ahead, knowing he's aggressive.
Chopper to third. Castro in time to get him.
So when pitcher's ahead and you know a guy's ultra aggressive at the plate, you expand. You try to get him to chase something he normally wouldn't. Simmons has done a lot better job of kind of laying off those pitches and trying to dial it a little bit more towards the plate.
Now this guy is a fascinating guy, and this is Matt Thaiss at the University of Virginia, who hit 2 homers yesterday, and his last 4 hits have been home runs. Big power. Getting a taste of the big leagues. This is game number 13 for him.
The best comp I can give you is Corey Seager. A lot of similarities in the setup and the swing. Interesting story going back to the draft a couple of years ago, 2016.
Hit hard. Sliding stop. Candelario flips. And Zimmerman gets over.
Billy Epler, the general manager, sent Mike Gallego, now their third base coach, he was an advisor then, to go take a look at Matt Thaiss in Virginia right before the draft. Matt was a catcher. He said, I want to find out if he can play first base. Mike worked him out at first base. He got back to here in Anaheim, and Billy said, how did it go? He said, I think he can do it. Billy said, okay. You think he can play it enough that we can take him in the first round? And Mike said, that's a different evaluation. But draft day, Billy called him up again, Mike Gallego, and said, do you think he can play first base? Because if you say yes, we're taking him in the first round with our first pick, 16th overall. And Mike said yes, pull the trigger. And they did. And now here he is working on the other side of the field as well at third base.
Dustin Garneau in the air, left center. Jones and Stewart, and it's Stewart who's under it and makes the catch. And you know what? Jordan Zimmerman looks sharp here tonight in Southern California.
He has got his slider tonight. And up until now, Rich, you know, it's like Superman without his ability to fly. He didn't have a superpower, and that's the slider. But tonight, been much better.
And you look at a lot of the counts, he's worked ahead, and that is pitching 101. If you can work ahead and you are able to locate that slider into better locations, you're going to have better results. And certainly tonight, so far, so good for him.
All right, let's go down below to JP Morosi. JP?
Thanks, Rich. Brad, your thoughts so far on Barria and his outing tonight?
So far, so good, other than the home run to Miggy. I know Miggy was probably saying as he crossed home plate, if it was in Comerica, that ball would have been caught.
That's exactly what he said, by the way.
But no, yeah, Barria looks good, and unfortunately for us, Zimmerman looks pretty good right now too. So it's in the short going, a pitcher's duel.
You see Pujols and Cabrera interact. Of course, you've managed both of them. How much do you watch that and smile just as a baseball guy?
Well, I haven't seen Miggy for 4 years in Detroit. Miggy's, you know, he's like a kid when he's on the field. He's playing the game, he enjoys himself, he's smiling. Albert's a little more serious about it. This is his job, and he wants to go about it very professionally, and he does that, and he has for almost 2 decades as one of the best players ever.
And Brad, how much could the trade deadline perhaps change the look of your team here going forward?
I don't know. That remains to be seen. I haven't seen the front office today, so anything could be happening.
They're working hard, Brad. Thanks for your time.
All right, JP.
Thanks, Rich.
Thank you, JP. All right, he said pitcher's duel, and so we were talking about Zimmerman and his slider. Mark Langston, Jaime Barria, how's he been getting it done?
Well, he definitely has been getting it done with the slider. That is his bread and butter pitch, but he's also showing the fastball. So we just talked about Jordan Zimmerman working ahead. Barria's doing the same pattern. And this slider, when he's got it working, just like we just talked about Zimmerman, he can get the strikeouts and he can locate it. In the opening week, that was one of my go-tos. He's got to finish that slider, get it out in front, because it has that late, sharp break to it. And tonight, it looks like he is on point with that slider.
For the 5 strikeouts with that slider. And the Tigers go back to work. Nico Goodrum, Cabrera again, Nicholas Castellanos in the 4th on a perfect night in Anaheim. And Goodrum fouls it back. Tom, you pointed out Goodrum can play everywhere, and he has played everywhere this year.
Yeah, you get a long run at shortstop with Jordy Mercer out. You know, it was a little bit of, you know, too much exposure at that position because I think his value is moving around.
Didn't get much on that. Trout wanders over into left center and makes the catch. And now here comes Miguel Cabrera. We went through in detail the lower body injury, that right knee, plays with a brace on it. Tom, you diagrammed the swing beautifully. The fact that he hit a ball 400 feet out on his front foot without any real push or torque on that backside shows you the strength that he still has.
Yeah, it's just so impressive because, you know, a lot of fans will watch the game and think about a guy's hands and arms swinging the bat. The lower half is the key to hitting. And that was another good example of a swing where he just can't get the backside all the way through on the swing. He is still a gifted hitter, especially you put runners out there on base. He knows how to get people in. And right here, that's an 0-2. See how simple that swing is? You know, back in the day, Miggy's going to drive that backside through it, and that ball will be way gone. We got enough of it. Sit to Albert. How'd you like that swing? And the conversation continues.
He has much more time for conversation as the DH, although he's famously one of those first baseman that won't leave you alone when he was at first and you got on base. It was Castellanos. Castellanos at 27, another one of those South Florida guys that have been popular with the Tigers.
And one thing with Miguel Cabrera too, I used to love to watch his batting practice. His batting practice, I don't think I ever saw him pull a baseball the entire round in BP. He went to right center field, down in the right corner. His pull was dead center, where it actually hit that ball out in this game. He loves to let that ball travel as deep as it possibly can.
Castellanos diving stop. Theis fires across and throws wild into the camera well, and that's going to cost an extra base.
This should go down as a hit. Matt Theis did a nice job of laying out to it to his left. Gets dirty on this ball. And again, this is a young man that's learning this position basically at the major league level. He's being tested. And this one is a nice cat-like reactions. This is what you want to see as a third baseman. He's got plenty of arm strength as a former catcher. This ball just a little off target, and Tigers will take advantage of that.
Yeah, he'll get the error on the throw. And an error all the way. A little surprised at that.
So an opportunity for the Tigers. Here's Kristen Stewart. He bounced out back in the second.
Now, this is the first time we're going to see Barria in a stretch position, and this is where he's come into problems. He's been much better out of the windup. Base is empty. You guys are hitting 256. Put people on base, it goes up to 359 and even higher with runners in scoring position. Look at the difference in the OPS. I asked Brad Ausmus about that. You know, sometimes there is something, as you know, Mark, in a delivery out of the stretch that's a little different than the windup.
Yep.
I'm not sure the sample size is big enough on Barria to think that there's something there, but that, as a pitching coach, will grab your attention, that kind of split.
Well, it brings me back to when I was playing, and I heard this about with Greg Maddux. Greg Maddux said, hey, my most important pitches are going to come when I'm out of the stretch. So his bullpen session, he would work exclusively out of the stretch. I never did. I always worked out of the windup. It was more of a physical exercise for me until I hear that. Greg Maddux, you want to emulate and do anything you can that Greg Maddux is doing, talked about, and it's so true. The most important pitches you are going to make in a game are going to come out of the stretch. So why not work on that and put the time in out in the bullpen so you can execute when these type of situations occur?
Yeah, I never understood that. Even during a game, you got watch guys in between innings, they'll throw their warm-up pitches. The last pitch,
right,
will throw out of the. Everything else is in the windup.
Right.
And it reminds me of Roger Clemens, what he used to say before he went to bed the night before he started. What he would think about is not throwing a perfect game, because you're not going to do that. You think about making pitches when you're in trouble. How am I going to get good hitters out when I'm in trouble? That's what he began with, because that will decide a game.
Kristen Stewart right now with a runner at second and 2 outs. Held his swing on the Barria breaking ball. It's Castellanos at second. Tigers have a 1-0 lead. A Miguel Cabrera home run back in the first, the only run of the ball game. And it's down low. Stewart is a guy that hit for power in the minor leagues. His minor league numbers have two really good things going for it: a high on base percentage and a slugging percentage over 500. 30, 28, and 25 homers his last 3 years in the minors. And the Tigers are hopeful that that power develops in the big leagues. Sometimes it takes a year or two for that to emerge once you hit the majors. He's hit 7 this year. Drives that one to left center field. Upton and Trout, and it lands between them. Upton has it. It'll score Castellanos easily, and in with an RBI double is Kristen Stewart. And the Tigers stretch their lead to 2-0.
Well, for Barria, both runs in this game tonight have come with 2 outs. And he worked ahead on Kristen Stewart. He was ahead 0-2 and then tried to get him to chase a few pitches out of the zone. Goodwin doesn't, or Stewart doesn't. And then this 3-2 slider, and you know that is Barria's MO. You know you're going to get a slider. He sits on it, and he does a nice job of going the opposite way with it, not trying to pull it. Splits the gap in left center field. And now the Tigers up 2-0 here in the fourth.
Yeah, it's just a mistake, especially with first base open. 2 strikes, 2 outs. The slider was in the zone the entire time. But again, Barria, as soon as he gets into the stretch, makes a mistake.
Candelario takes in. What is it with these Angels who swept the Dodgers in the Freeway Series, just beat them twice last week up at Dodger Stadium, and then promptly lost 3 straight against the Baltimore Orioles, and now find themselves trailing the Tigers 2-0 here in the fourth?
Well, we're going to find out because the schedule is going to get a lot harder.
Yeah.
The toughest schedule from here on out belongs to the Angels.
We've got the Astros 10 times.
You know, I'll give credit to the Orioles, though, because the entire the Angels coaching staff was just so impressed with the way the Orioles competed in that series. They ran the bases terrifically. They had great at-bats. They fouled off a ton of pitches. To me, that was more about what the Orioles did than what the Angels didn't, losing 3 out of 4.
I couldn't agree with you more. I watched that entire series, and they took it to the Angels. You talked about aggressive on the base pass. They ended up stealing 8 bags against the Angels. They pressured them every inning, and the Angels really never caught a break. And the Angels, to me, it all stems back to the first game of that series, that 16-inning game where it was in the Angels' hands. They had their best relievers ready to go. Ty Buttrey has been their best bullpen piece. They had a 4-2 lead into the 8th inning, and it's one of those hiccup nights for Ty Buttrey, and the Angels paid the price for it because that game ends up going 16 innings, and they didn't recover from that game 1.
Now, Barria pitched in that Freeway Series game at Dodger Stadium and got the win in 5 innings. But he's at 65 pitches right now in the fourth, trying to get through Candelario with Stewart at second and 2 outs and a run across.
Same slider he needs to throw again here to get his team in the dugout. This can't be in the strike zone. It's your best pitch. This is your get out of jail pitch. And then, Mark, as you know, the tendency now is to try to make it even better, and you bounce it. But that'll do, that last pitch, if you can repeat that.
Two in the air to center. And Trout is there. Another 2-out run. Kristen Stewart with an RBI double. Tigers a 2-0 lead. We've been talking about Jordan Zimmermann trying to get back where he used to be. And a big part of that, Tom Verducci, is that slider.
Yeah, I mean, when he's on, it's one of the best pitches in baseball, and it just has not been. The arm strength simply isn't there. I want to show you what's happening with the slider. There's really no tilt or sweep to these sliders. It's just spinning and hanging in the zone. That's too easy. That pitch is designed to look like a strike out of the hand and wind up out of the strike zone. These sliders, what I call strike to strike. A strike out of the hand and it remains a strike in the zone. That's not going to cut it. This is what it should look like. Strike to ball, where it looks like a fastball. That one goes down, but he can also sweep it too. He can get 2 kinds of actions on that slider when he's on. The difference as well, what I see sometimes, he'll open up the front side a little too soon. You see on the left shoulder is a little bit open. That's going to flatten out the slider. When he stays closed a little bit longer, that's when he's got that sweep or downward tilt to the pitch.
Even Ron Gardenhire agreed with you on that today, and he's down with our JP Morosi. JP?
Thanks, Rich. Tom Verducci just went through the excellent slider Zimmermann's been throwing tonight, Ron. What does this style say about his adaptability right now?
Well, I mean, he's gone through some injuries, the whole package, and he's fighting back, and it just tells you how hard he works. He's worked this way his whole career, and he's trying to find his pitches. He started working with a little sinker. He's starting to reach out a little bit better, and maybe it's helping his slider.
And lastly, how can Miguel Cabrera hit a ball that far with no lower half?
Well, he's just a strong young man, and you know what? The ball flies out here, which is a good thing. In Detroit, that's probably a routine fly ball, but out here, it's a big one.
Thanks, Gardy. Appreciate it.
You got it. My pleasure.
Rich, back to you.
Thank you, JP. We have dinner has been served.
No toasted grasshoppers. I don't see any right there.
No, that's not in a Southern California cuisine.
That's the way to watch a baseball game.
Angels now. Angels are a good offensive team. Guys, we were talking about the starting rotation and the inability to really have great starts and any consistency, even going all the way back to the beginning of Mike Trout's career. But the Angels have always been able to produce runs, especially this year. Fletcher in the leadoff spot is 0 for 1. Zimmerman misses out with a fastball. Mike Trout, Shohei Ohtani. Appointment viewing for those two at bats. And then if anybody reaches, Justin Upton here in the bottom of the 4th. Nationally, this guy is still a secret. But Brad Ausmus told us that when managers come in, they'll ask about other players. First is Trout. This is number 2. They want to know about Fletcher. High throw, and he's out at first base. In his second year, he's having a fine season. For in-depth perspectives on the game, don't forget to check out YouTube Live's game commentary featuring MLB, the Tigers, Angels, and a select group of YouTube creators in their own individual chats. They'll add our thoughts during the broadcast with a unique viewing experience. And you can view the live game commentary on your mobile phone, computer, or also in the living room on your smart TV. We'll be keeping an eye on the discussion throughout the telecasts. Here is Trout. One of the comments that has come through from Chat Sports, that Trout guy is really good. I'm not good at math, but those numbers seem really good. And the numbers we put up were his projected numbers for this season, which would hit 51 homers and just about career highs on everything else.
And I think part of that, Mark, you did a great job explaining how this guy gets better every year. Two things for me: the plate discipline, it's always been good, it's just off the charts good now. And that pitch right there, and one before that, the high fastball that he had fouled off, that had been something of an Achilles heel for Mike Trout. He has now covered that pitch 2 ways. He takes it before there's 2 strikes, or he fouls it off.
Trout to right center. Jones at the track, at the wall, and he's got it.
Well, he just gets underneath this slider. This one is down, and that's the hot zone, the go zone for Trout. It doesn't matter if it's 100 or it's a changeup down and away. Trout loves that ball down. This slider, watch where it ends up. This is right in the heart of Trout's compact swing, and he just misses that one.
So, Tom, in your slider commentary, what sound effect would have been married to that breaking ball? Would have been the green checkmark bell or the whammy buzzer and the red X?
I'm going with both of them. First, you have to go with the whammy as soon as it left his hand.
Ohtani, it's difficult to see right now for the outfielders, and you can see Castellanos dancing around.
And then the bell when the ball was caught, because it was in there up in the air a long time. And Jordan, I think he held his breath that whole time. So it turned out okay. It's like taking that long 3-point shot and saying, no, 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 yes.
And he's got a chance to snap this skid. Remember, Tom brought it up. He has gone 17 consecutive starts. That's a franchise record without getting a win. Right now, the Tigers have a 2-0 lead. Headed to the 5th. All right, number of obstacles, obviously, for Shohei Ohtani. Most notably, Tommy John surgery. But he justified the hype, certainly, and he's back. He had a Ruthian debut season. Here's a look and a listen.
This just in, Shohei Ohtani going to the Angels. This is the Japanese Babe Ruth. This is a guy who's playing both ways and has excelled at both. It's fascinating what this is going to look like, and he goes and he'll play alongside Mike Trout.
Big fly, Ohtani-san! His first Major League home run!
The beginnings of a potential legend here in Southern California.
Carries a swagger with him that when he goes up to the plate, even when he pitches, I feel like he knows how good he is and he's going to get the job done.
Swing and a miss. Down goes Olsen. And tip your cap, Shohei Ohtani.
Strikeout number 12.
Shohei Ohtani hits the shelf. Grade 2 UCL sprain.
He's going to be able to rehab as a pitcher and still be part of a team.
And that is ripped out to right field. He's done it again.
Home run to left center field. Home run to right center field. 2 home run performance.
And here comes Mike Scioscia. That's going to be all for Ohtani tonight. Gets to 49 pitches.
And we get the word, and we're now digesting the information that Shohei Ohtani is likely to undergo Tommy John surgery.
And he's not going to pitch probably in 2019.
Gone! Big fly Ohtani-san. Once again, a multi-homer game. Take that, haters.
Ohtani has hit another home run for the Angels on this road trip.
The Angels pitcher/designated hitter was first on 25 of the writers' 30 ballots. Shohei Ohtani lived up to his overseas reputation and two-way ability to become the 4th Japanese-born player to win Rookie of the Year honors.
And of course, he's back as the designated hitter. He is throwing, but not scheduled to pitch until spring training next year, and hopefully get him back in the rotation as Harold Castro fights off a fastball. We're in the 5th. It's 2-0. Tigers on top of the Angels. Castro, the third baseman of the Tigers, is 0 for 1. You got John Hicks and Jordy Mercer, 7, 8, 9 in the Tiger order against Jaime Barria. Mark Langston, you saw him in his debut. Tom Verducci, you've seen him plenty, and you know the ins and outs of Tommy John surgery better than anybody in this game. What are your expectations for Ohtani on the mound in 2020?
Well, I think, there's been some talk that maybe they ought to use him as a closer. I'm not sure I'm on board with that, because I think almost like relief pitching is a huge part of the game, but it's almost like a player who comes up as a shortstop. People are quick to move him off the position. To me, you stay as a starting pitcher until you really can't do it, because to me it's still more valuable in the game. And I think going forward with the Angels, part of their blueprint, they have a #1 starter in Shohei Ohtani. And I want to keep him on his routine. Remember, he's always pitched on the 6th day or 7th day. So I don't like the idea of now changing that routine and using the guy 2-3 days in a row, for instance.
Castro to left. Upton has it.
But I don't see any reason, Mark, why he can't come back and again be a dominant starting pitcher as well as a dominant offensive player.
Yeah, we'll see. Usually it's when you come back, he is not going to pitch at all anywhere this season. As you mentioned, he is doing some stuff now out in the bullpen. He's starting to get to that phase of his recovery, but he's not going to play in any games at all. There's always that next year back, where is he going to be? I mean, if he is healthy, he's as dominant as any starter there is in the game of baseball. It's power stuff, 100 miles an hour. It's free and easy. I love his mechanics. It's simple. It's repeatable, and that is the most important thing there is in baseball, is having repeatable mechanics. He has that. So when he signed with the Angels knew that there was a small little tear in his UCL. So they knew that was a potential, and everybody knew it. So you can't say, well, you didn't know that. Everybody did have that same information, but I see him back in this rotation next year. That's an area where the Angels they need that ace. They need a horse at the top part of their rotation. Shohei Ohtani fits that bill perfectly if he could come back and really become the Shohei Ohtani that we saw last season.
This is what I find amazing when you think about how skilled Ohtani is, and I think sometimes it doesn't get enough attention. The most strikeouts of any pitcher for the Angels in their first 10 starts, it's Shohei Ohtani. Then when you look at who's hit the most home runs for the Angels in the first 162 games, it's Shohei Ohtani. I mean, it's just amazing that I actually think it's one of the more underrated stories, and remains so in baseball. I know he's not pitching this year, but his skill level at both positions. He can throw the ball as hard as Luis Severino when he's healthy, or Noah Syndergaard, and he can hit the ball as hard as Aaron Judge.
John Hicks has a copy of our format. He knows he needs about 6 or 7 foul balls to get the entire Ohtani story in it, and he's done it.
Thanks, John.
He's fighting right now. The count 2-2. Veteran catcher Hicks is hot. He's homered 3 times in his last 6 games. And that was just low. Full count, 3-2. Tigers catcher this year was projected to be Grayson Greiner, and he's had a back injury. He's been on the injured list most of the season. 3-2. See, John knows that we had one more graphic to go to, right?
Let's see it.
There it is. He's at the top of all kinds of lists for the Angels.
I'm telling you, the most strikeouts coming out of the gate in a career and the most home runs for one franchise, and that's crazy.
And he had all the hype coming over, and it's so hard for anybody to ever live up to the hype.
A sliding stop by Theis, and this time an accurate throw. Good at bat by Hicks.
Theis is making Mike Gallego look good, huh?
Yes.
I don't think Mike Gallego visioned him at third base, but certainly he has done a nice job, and he's working with Mike Gallego every day on footwork at third base. Does a nice job, ranging to his left, and he's still learning this position, and he's learning it at the major league level. He only had 1 month at Salt Lake. As you mentioned, he was playing first base. They moved him out of necessity. They needed a third baseman here, and so they moved him over to third base, and here he is still honing his skills at the major league level. You just don't see that very often.
And part of that learning curve you talked about, Mark, is where to position yourself defensively. And what he's learned here in this short time is that infields will play differently depending on time of game. This field, as you know, much faster in day games.
Jordy Mercer with some power, Trout in pursuit, and it's gone. And the Tigers go deep again and stretch their lead to 3-0. Fourth of the season for Mercer.
Well, for Berea, all 3 runs in this game here tonight with 2 outs. Has not been able to close the inning out, and that's the number 9 hitter. It's just a fastball that's just out over the plate, and Jordy Mercer made him pay for it.
Mercer showed power in his 7 years in Pittsburgh. Known more for a steady glove. Mercer and Cabrera with solo homers and a 3-0 lead. Jacoby Jones. Trout won't get it. Over his head. And one hops the wall. And Jones has a double. A 2-out double. The Tigers have scored all 3 of their runs with 2 outs tonight.
That ball was scalded. That's another fastball that the Tigers took advantage of. That one got way too much of the plate. This is where Mark, a pitcher who hasn't really been stretched out all that much, you watch very closely. There's the fastball up for the home run. Jaime knew it as soon as he heard the sound.
Yeah, up in the zone, and this is where Berea, they don't really like to extend him the 3rd time through the lineup.
Exactly.
And here we are, and they were hoping to get him through this 5th inning, and certainly it looked like he had a chance. It's the first 2 guys out. Here in the 5th with the number 9 hitter, makes that pitch up and out over the plate. Jordy Mercer gets him, and certainly the Angels are in a little bit of a stall mode right now to get their bullpen cranking out there.
You saw Justin Anderson getting ready, and he's just about ready.
I mean, you're talking about a guy in Berea who's faced only 9 batters this year coming into this game, a 3rd time around.
Yep.
So you know when this lineup turned over again, watch very carefully. And there's the double on the middle fastball right there.
And this one, even with as good as Mike Trout is, he knew this ball was over his head as soon as it left the bat. And it just caroms off the fence. Trout gets it back in quickly, but these are the mistakes when you start to get to that 83, 84 pitch range for Berea. As you mentioned, not stretched out enough to go really much deeper into these games. I thought he's been effective here tonight and kind of getting what you would think out of Berea. You'd like to see something a little better, but the 2-out runs have really, they've haunted the Angels on this homestand. They have given up a lot of 2-out runs.
Goodrum, right center. Trout is there, and he makes the catch. The Tigers, another 2-out run. This time, Jordy Mercer to left center field. And Detroit, as we're halfway through, has a 3-0 lead. Now, we've been promising you 2 Hall of Famers, 2 guys who adore each other and their conversation. So here we go. Miguel Cabrera, Albert Pujols, together, side by side from earlier this season.
This is one of the best right-hander hitter that I ever seen with my own eyes.
He's the best.
No, he is the best.
No, he's the best. That was amazing, man. First time I see it was unbelievable. The way he hit, the way he played again, we say we want to be like this guy.
We share at that time the same field when he was with the Marlins too. And this big kid.
Into center. Ball Deli going back.
he was just a baby. Baby in a grown man body. I mean, and I knew that one of these days he was going to be one of the best hitters, if not the best hitter, you know, in our generation, and that's what he has become. Even though he looked up to me the way I play the game, I look up to him.
I remember my first year in the big league, and he told me, like, what you doing over there? You gotta be aggressive in the first pitch. If you throw your fast on the pitch, you gotta swing the bat. And that keep me in my mind every time. And,
we can't give our secrets, bro. We're still playing.
No, but you know, the game changed so much, you know, like they pitch different right now.
You know, it's like big brother, little brother. Like we got that bond there, man. We respect the game, but we also try to have fun.
I got 3,000 hits, 600 home runs. Oh my God. So, like, I mean, right now we watch a legend right now. Like, see next to him to me is like dream. It's a dream. I'm dreaming right now. I mean, he's one of my heroes.
One of the very cool things about Major League Baseball on YouTube and the format that we have, gentlemen, is we get to see things and hear things that you don't get on a regular baseball telecast. And that is really, really cool to see Miggy and Pujols together.
I really enjoyed listening to them talk shop.
Yep.
Real inside stuff. Love the stuff about the first pitches. Miggy giving away secrets.
Upton pulls one. Castro waits and throws him out. And of course, if you missed it, this was Cabrera who homered to center. Talking a little trash.
And I don't think anybody has more fun on the field than Miguel Cabrera. He's a stress-free player. And some of the greatest players, they are stress-free. I had an opportunity to play with Manny Ramirez in Cleveland, and you talk about one of the most stress-free players. Manny, his at-bat could be a horrible at-bat. And one of the great stories with Manny, I saw him come up with the bases loaded in Cleveland. The crowd's going nuts, chanting his name. He comes up and strikes out with the bases loaded. So I'm sitting on the bench. You always like to see how people handled adversity. He comes back, puts the bat in the bat rack, puts his helmet in the helmet rack, and I continue to stare at him. And he looks at me and he goes, "It's okay. Sometime he get me, sometime I get him." That's in my head. I'm like going, that's why this guy's the greatest player in the game. He already blew that at-bat up, and he was ready to attack his next at-bat. And certainly a couple days later, he went 3/4 of the way up, and he goes, he looked at me, he goes, "Sometime I get him." And that's where, and that's kind of Miguel Cabrera. He's just up there, and those at-bats don't drag one after another.
Cole Calhoun to left. Stewart, and it's gone. Stewart hammered into the wall, is still on the track. And let's hope he's okay. And Cole Calhoun, who's having a big year with a bat, has his 24th homer. The Angels are on the board. It's 3-1.
Yeah, just 2 away from his career high, which is 26, and they're going to go out, take a quick peek on this. This one actually hits the very top of the wall there in left field.
It's a great effort by Kristen Stewart.
Yeah, the ball and the left fielder hit the wall at about the same time.
And for Cole Calhoun, a really good at-bat to go the other direction. Sometimes Calhoun,
well, this is a curveball here. Watch him wait on this.
And he goes the other direction. When Calhoun could do that, there's no doubt about it that the home run totals are going to continue with him. And this ball, boy, right on top of the wall. Stewart just
he hit that stanchion.
Yeah.
Did it hit his glove and start up? There's a better look for that.
It's almost like the wall stopped his momentum before he got there.
It looked like top of the wall.
Yep. It's like he just mistimed his jump a little bit too early in the ball.
And he's coming out of the game.
Yeah, watch the left shoulder here. That's what you worry about. That takes the brunt of that. And again, if he hits the netting on either side of that padded stanchion, he's fine. But just bad luck that he happened to hit the stanchion and felt the full force on the left shoulder. You know, Cole Calhoun there, the book on him is to throw him off speed stuff. He's hitting 171 against off-speed stuff, 100 points higher against the fastball. So right pitch, but give Cole credit, because almost like a softball player where you could see him kind of sink into his legs and wait, keep the hands back to be on time on the breaking ball. When you hit the breaking ball the other way with power like that, that is a good sign that you are seeing it well and staying on time.
He's had a great July. That's 7 home runs in the month of July now. He's driven in 17.
I mean, Jordan all night has done a great job getting rollover ground balls on his breaking stuff. That's what he's trying to get there with Cole Calhoun. With the shift to the right side, he just defeated it. Watch him just keep the hands back, wait. And yeah, that's a hot hitter. When you see a swing like that on a breaking ball, you're seeing it well.
And this ball does end up more towards the middle of the plate. The target was down and away. He didn't quite get it to that down and away spot that he was looking to. Had he been able to get it there, I think he gets the rollover out that you're looking for. But Calhoun, that ball up, let it get deep, goes the other direction. Calhoun's a strong guy, too. He has power all over the field.
Yeah, I mean, the softball comparison and that swing reminded me of a guy who swung like that every time, Matt Stairs. That squatty body with a lot of power. And Stewart is out now. Brandon Dixon's got the scouting report in his pocket. And Dixon arrives in left field and will take over. It's 3-1 Tigers. And we've got J.P. Morosi down below, and we'll get you a report on Stewart as soon as we can. Zimmerman at 91 with the fastball, and Pujols swings through it. .650 home runs now for Pujols. He hit that yesterday. That one will stay in the yard. Jacoby Jones is there, and he makes the catch. And there are 2 outs.
But just another good slider from Zimmerman. I mean, he came in allowing an average of 375 on a slider. That's the second highest in baseball, obviously way too high. But we've seen a lot of sliders with great location, and there's the downward tilt on it, just moves off the barrel enough to get the out.
Sports hernia, or what they call core surgery, in the offseason. And for a guy who's, I don't want to go back to the drop and drive of Tom Seaver days, but a guy that certainly generated a lot of power when he was in his prime and 2 All-Star games with the Nationals. To not have that core strength, that's a toll.
Well, back in the day, in those days in Washington, Jordan would tell you his MO on the mound, he's going right after people every pitch with everything he's got. He can't do that now. And I'm sure, Mark, there was a point in your career where you had to be honest with yourself and say going right after people right over the middle of the plate is not going to work.
No doubt about it.
You have to adjust.
Yeah, when you lose that power velocity, that you could get away with mistakes with velocity. That's the great thing that velocity gives you, is that mistake. It allows you a lot of times the freedom to make it, and guys can't catch up to it. When you start to lose that, you don't have that ability anymore. That mistake gets covered, and so you have to be a little more precise with certainly your fastball is location. You got to stay away from the heart of the plate, and those good sliders you're seeing, those are the ones that Zimmerman, in the back of his mind, there is another good one to finish off this at-bat to Andrelton Simmons, who doesn't strike out at all.
Great illustration of exactly what you talked about, and you got to be precise with the slider. The 1-1 pitch was on the corner, and that pitch, a perfect pitch to a guy like Simmons.
There's finish on those sliders, and we talked with Rod Gartenhire about that, where, you know, he did have an elbow issue earlier this season, and whether physically or mentally he was unable to finish, he really wasn't finishing it like he is tonight. Now you're seeing him really get through the extension on the slider and finish the pitch, and that's where that tilt is coming from.
We are in Anaheim, the Los Angeles Angels and the Detroit Tigers. This is the Major League Baseball Game of the Week on YouTube. Mark Langston, Tom Verducci, John Morosi is with us. JP, as he's known around Michigan, the great state of Michigan. I'm Rich Waltz here at Angel Stadium. 3-1 Tigers on top of the Angels. Great week. 2 terrific games on YouTube next week. And remember, these are exclusive national games. On Wednesday, we'll be at Dodger Stadium for the Cardinals and the Dodgers. It's an afternoon start here in Los Angeles and a 3:10 start on the East Coast. And then Thursday night, the Phillies in San Francisco. What an incredible ride it's been for the Giants. That's a 9:45 East Coast start, 6:45 on the West Coast. Now, the Giants, you said it, Tom Verducci, you felt that most of the trade spiral was going to go through the Giants. Now, where do you think the Giants are headed here? Because that's been a question in San Francisco for the last month. Are they going to be sellers? And now all of a sudden with this run, are they going to be buyers?
Well, I think Madison Bumgarner's not going anywhere. I do think it's possible you could see them move one of their bullpen pieces. They have a really deep, good bullpen. I think they could move one of those guys and still be in the mix for a wild card. Farhan Zaidi, first year there as the Giants general manager, knows that he has to restock that system. But in terms of backing up a truck or certainly moving Bumgarner, don't see that. Remember, that's a fan base that's spoiled out there. They support the team very well attendance-wise, even though it's been down a bit this year. And oh, by the way, Bruce Bochy, the manager, it's his last season. You think he wants to be part of tearing anything down in his last year in July?
Well, I had Boch in '98 with the Padres when we had the opportunity to play in a World Series. Lost to the Yankees. One of the best, one of the greatest managers in the game of baseball. What a tremendous communicator. I had a chance to talk with Boch during the offseason with that function for Trevor Hoffman, a Hall of Fame function. And Boch is just, he wants to go out on a positive note. I think the Giants want that. They've caught a little bit of fire, and everybody's coming back to them. So that's the key to get back into a race, is you get hot and everybody else comes right back to you, and next thing you know, you look up and Madison Bumgarner, you're not going anywhere. You put the tape on Madison Bumgarner and don't say, hey, he's not going to leave this ballpark.
Justin Anderson comes out of the bullpen and takes over for Jaime Barria. Miguel Cabrera, who homered against Barria in the first and then flied to center, digs in. Anderson last worked on Friday. And despite the 16-inning game to open the 4-game series, Brad Ausmus told us that his bullpen is in really good shape coming into tonight. A lot of guys have had multiple days off, and he's got a full arsenal, he feels, going into tonight, game 1 of this 3-game set.
Well, I'm fascinated by this matchup right here because Justin's going to try to get him out at some point with that slider. He just backed one up inside there, but watch Miggy just size him up here. Yeah, I thought he was going to go the other way, and he didn't quite get it done.
Fletcher throws Cabrera out, and that's the first out.
And that slider stays on the inner half of the plate, and seen so many times Miguel Cabrera inside out, that ball hit it the other direction. This is where the legs are a factor right here. Is that ball that jams you, do you have enough torque? It's all upper body strength right there for Cabrera. Couldn't hit the ball hard enough up the middle.
Yeah, as you said, he was trying to go the other way, pulling those hands in, just couldn't get it there.
Nicholas Castellanos. Castellanos reached on an error and scored in the 4th. And he chases a breaking ball. JP Morosi, let's check in down below. JP?
Thanks, Rich. Yes, regarding the Giants, Tom was spot on. There's a report today from Ken Rosenthal, our colleague at the network, that Drew Pomeranz, the left-hander, is actually generating some interest there for the Giants as well. And with the Tigers playing here, of course, and Castellanos at the plate, we touched on this a little bit earlier, but the fact that Castellanos has a better than 1,000 OPS against left-handed pitching is really crucial here, because you think about the National League and the Dodgers. The road to the pennant in the National League goes through Dodger Stadium with Ryu and Kershaw and Urias and Hill, all those lefty arms there. You would think that Castellanos has a lot of value to a team like the Cubs that may match up with the Dodgers in October.
Yeah, JP, I can see why he's got value to a lot of teams, especially as a left-handed masher. I mean, mashing left-handed pitching. But I got to be honest with you, I don't think the Tigers should expect a whole lot from him. I mean, we saw J.D. Martinez get traded a couple of years ago for really not much at all. I just think the way the game is now, there's not a premium on bat-first hitters. You know, defensively, he's probably below average in the outfield. He's getting better. But I think what the Tigers should be asking for a future free agent at the end of the season, you can't ask for the moon and the stars for this guy.
Well, the middle ground in baseball can be quicksand if you're a general manager. And for Ron Gardenhire, Alavila, and the rest of the Tigers, this is a deep rebuild. And you identified 3 players. That one fouled back to the screen. 3 Tigers that were not Tiger bait or trade bait, so to speak, but guys that were possibly moving in the next day and a half. So if Castellanos is not a guy that can bring a big haul, the opposite end of the spectrum is Matthew Boyd. I mean,
yeah, because he's controlled through 2022.
Yeah.
He's had a breakout season. The guy I've compared him to is Patrick Corbin. We know how well he cashed in as a free agent after a breakout season by just throwing more and more sliders, what Matthew's done. I think he's what every contending team wants. And I'm talking about first place teams. You get to the postseason, you better have pitchers with swing and miss stuff. And Matthew Boyd's got swing and miss stuff.
And the question you have to ask yourself if you're the Tigers is, all right, this is a deep rebuild. Will we be better next year? Will we be contending in 2 years? Do we want Boyd as part of that? You say he's got 3 more years of control. Or can we get 2 or 3 guys that'll be big pieces in 2 years when we feel like we'll be good? That's a hard thing for a general manager to
well, in
wrestle
some ways
with.
it's easy because you put a high price and you don't have to move off of that, because the downside, if there is one, if you don't trade him, is you have Matthew Boyd, right? That's not a bad thing to have. So you identify an impact everyday player. That's where that trade has to start. Think about Jose Quintana going from the White Sox to the Cubs, or Chris Sale in that trade. You have to get at least 3 players. One of them has to be the best position playing prospect from the other organization. And you don't compromise.
Pitches outside. And just in a glance at the Tiger prospects in their minor leagues, they are arm heavy. So their closest prospects are pitchers. So that makes sense that if you're going to deal a guy like that, you better get the next J.D. Martinez or the next guy that can be a cornerstone that you can really build around. And they can bring everybody along with them. Swing and a miss. Anderson gets the strikeout. Castellanos. So, who's available as position players? J.P. Morosi answers.
Well, Rich, it's not that deep of a group among the bats that are available right now. Of course, Castellanos, one of the best. David Peralta, you see there, the Diamondbacks have trended in the last week or so to now be a seller, so certainly he's available. The Cubs been mentioned as one possibility for him. Hunter Renfroe, actually interesting there. He's been talked about as if the Padres are looking to find a way to bring in a big arm, a controllable arm, like, frankly, a Matthew Boyd, then maybe Renfroe is one name that ends up moving as part of that deal to give the other team a right now type of a hitter. And to your other point, Rich, about the Tigers in general, you're right. It's a very arm-heavy system and has been traditionally. And we talked about this before. The last Tigers drafted and developed or signed position player to make multiple All-Star appearances for the Tigers was Travis Fryman.
Wow, that's back when you were...
I was 8 years old.
A young lad in
watching the Tigers in Bay City, Michigan, Rich, absolutely.
Hey, hold it there.
Thus the nickname Bay City Roller.
Yeah.
I played against Travis Fryman, so played against him and with him.
This is Brandon Dixon, his first at bat. He came in left field after Kristen Stewart left after crashing into the wall on the Calhoun home run. Anderson has looked good, and he snaps off a breaking ball for a strike, and it's 1-2. Dixon has been a guy that has been a really nice bright spot, getting a chance to play every day in the big leagues, and he has impressed.
I was talking to Mike Gallego before the game because he does the scouting reports on the opposing outfielders. They saw the Tigers really only have 3 true outfielders on the roster. Brandon's getting, I know we play a lot of positions, but a little bit of a push to have him out in left field right now. Mike does a great job scouting the opposing outfielders. You have to know what their strengths are. Do they go better to the left, to the right? Of course, as a third base coach, arm strengths, when to send a runner. It's a little harder these days, Mark, because so many players now play multiple positions. They go from infield to outfield.
Dixon chases a breaking ball. And down he goes. Justin Anderson into the ball game. Goes 1-2-3 through the Tigers in the 6th. With a 3-1 Detroit lead here in Anaheim. This copyrighted telecast is presented by the authority of the Office of the Commissioner of Baseball and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. The accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent. Storylines here tonight. Well, Miggy homered. Jordy Mercer is homered. We focused on the Tiger hitters and the rebuild and the Angels needing to win. And it's time we spent a little more time on Jordan Zimmermann, who's trying to snap a 17-start run without a win, which ties a Tiger franchise record.
Well, best slider of the year, without question, for Jordan Zimmermann. He's been pitching without that I call it his best friend for most of the year, but the finish on the slider has been there all night. I don't remember him making a mistake in the middle of the plate with the pitch. And you're seeing these highlights where he's getting it on the edges of the plate. That was slightly up, but he got away with it. This is more like it. That slider that starts on the zone, in the zone, and breaks out of the zone. He has been on point. Checking inside the start here. The big key for me, no walks so far. Typical aggressive Jordan Zimmerman. Controlling the count, controlling the pitch count. See there, 5 innings, 52 pitches, extraordinary efficiency.
He's always been known as a blue-collar starter. University of Wisconsin Stevens Point, nothing flashy about that. He's a terrific wide receiver in high school, also outstanding basketball player. And as you pointed out, it was a Bulldog, took the ball a lot for the Nationals, 2 all-star teams.
Well, you mentioned earlier, I'm sorry, it's 17, right? 17 starts without a win?
Yeah.
It's actually tied for the franchise record for the Tigers. Adam Bernero back on a couple of struggling Tigers teams in 02 and 03.
Play Ball is Major League Baseball's initiative to inspire all forms of baseball and softball participation, making opportunities available and fun for everybody. To find a youth organization near you, go to playball.org. A liner into right field, and Matt Theis is having a nice 2 days after the 2 home runs yesterday. A leadoff single here in the 6th.
So can I tell you my Bernero story?
Yeah.
How the Tigers signed him?
This is what, 2002, 2003?
Well, he pitched for them there. The Tigers were terrible. They lost 225 games combined those 2 seasons, but he was undrafted coming out of the baseball powerhouse of Armstrong Atlantic State. It's now Georgia Southern. So he pitched a game, and after the game, he goes to a restaurant to eat. A Tiger scout follows him to the restaurant. It says, "We want to sign you as a free agent." The draft is already passed.
Garneau, little check swing. Castro gets the out at first.
There was one problem. The scout forgot to bring the contract with him. So he pulled out a pen and wrote a contract on a napkin.
Yes, a napkin story.
Adam Bernero signed on a napkin with the Tigers.
How much did this begs a lot of questions.
You're going to ask me who left the tip?
Yes, that's the second question. The first one was how much did he get to sign? Was it enough to pay for dinner?
I think barely covered it. Maybe not the tip.
That's a great story. Angels bullpen is active. David Fletcher digs in.
It's like Cam Bedrosian getting loose out in the Angels bullpen.
And Zimmerman, with that slider, gets a strike. Fletcher has bounced out to the left side twice.
Yes, and both times on sliders. A great point. I think he's got to be much more right field oriented here against the Zimmerman slider.
Fletcher to left center field, well hit. Jones in pursuit at the wall, and he can't make the catch. It's off the wall. Good read there by Theis, and he'll score easily. And it's 3-2.
So much for right field, because that's what you do when you hang the slider.
Well, and that's, if you see it enough too, you know when the mistake comes, you're going to jump all over it. And this one's more of the heart of the plate. David Fletcher does not miss it and scolds this ball into left center field. Almost a great play by Jacoby Jones, who crashes into the wall. And David Fletcher, you could see this hanging breaking ball. His eyes got real big on that one. And he's lucky that this ball stays in the ballpark. David Fletcher off that left center field wall. Gets the Angels a little closer.
Mark, that's the first slider I can remember that he left up in the zone. That, to me, and again, we're third time around, that's a big warning sign.
Now, here's Trout. How do you approach Trout? First base is open, but of course you've got protection with Ohtani behind him.
Well, he's trying to get him on fastballs up and chase the slider away. That one, he got underneath the fastball. The last 2 pitches for me tell me he's in trouble right now.
That's a knee-high strike in the box, but not by a call, and it's 2-0. And Rick Anderson, the pitching coach of the Tigers, is on his way out. Blaine Hardy is up.
This is a good visit. Mark, you were probably a guy who hated to see the pitching coach come out. but this is like in basketball, the other team's got to run. You call timeout, change the momentum, get a little bit reset here. Again, those last 2 pitches for me didn't have a lot of conviction or finish to them. This is what coaches look for 3rd time around.
No, certainly you got a game changer at the plate. Mike Trout is a guy you can't make those mistakes or the Angels will have a quick lead here. And this last one just below the strike zone, it doesn't get the call. And Mike Trout has such great plate discipline, and he's had it from day one, and that's usually something that it takes years and years to acquire. And he's had it from the get-go, and it just seems to get better and better. He hones it in. I actually talked to his dad about that and said, what did you do when he was a kid for him to acquire that? And he says, I had nothing to do with it. I used to throw him BP and scream at him going, please swing the bat. It's because he would keyhole his dad because he was that patient as a kid.
Well, his first year in the minor leagues, he refused to swing the bat until he had a strike.
I don't think he's going to get.
No, he's not swinging right here.
I don't think he's going to get a strike in this at bat. That 2-0 pitch was high. Wow, a slider in the perfect spot.
Yeah, he doesn't swing 3-0.
No.
And he's not swinging 3-1 unless it's exactly what he's sitting on.
And he's going to sit slider, and he's going to sit down in the zone. If it goes down there.
Hit him, left hand. And the hopes of everybody in Angels Nation are in their throats right now.
That fastball, a 89-mile-an-hour fastball, and they were coming in on Mike Trout. They were not going with the slider. Zimmerman tries to tie him up on the inside part of the plate, and this one just gets away, and you are correct.
Yeah, this looked like the 2-seamer, the pitch he's been going to more. He's elevating it in. Watch it just keep running in on Mike.
It's not that far in.
Well, as Mark said, it's a situation where he's probably thinking slider away, so vulnerable to anything in like that. You know, we haven't seen Jordan throw many fastballs in tonight.
No, that one right there. And that was, if he executes that, he would have tied Trout up because of what we were just talking about. He was diving, looking for something off speed out over the plate. That fastball would have tied him up, but just had too much movement. And Trout, to me, this is another thing that I've been so impressed with him. He's usually, I think, the best I've seen at getting the big piece, the important pieces out of the way. Keeps his hands out of the way, his head out of the way, first movement. And this one, he was not able to do it.
Yeah, they're going to take a look at him now. Obviously, there's concern here.
I'd be shocked if he stays in this game.
This is Blaine Hardy coming in from the Tigers bullpen. Only 61 pitches for Zimmerman. He exits here in the 6th. There's a look at Trout as they look at the outside, almost that knuckle of the pinky.
Man, I don't get this. The trainers always go out and you just got thumped and they start squeezing the spot.
Does it hurt?
Thumping it with their finger. Like,
well, it hurts when you push on it, man.
I don't ever get that. You could see the bruise right there. And this is just that 2-seam fastball that just runs right in. And Trout's usually good at getting out of the way. Can't get out of the way of this one. And for Mike Trout, that is the 12th time he's been hit this year. So it's a spot where pitchers try to go to time after time. They try to pitch him in, and a lot of guys don't have the ability to do it. And so that's why Trout gets hit a lot.
Yeah, you're right. You have to pitch Mike Trout up and in. I mean, he hits every pitch well. And the only pitch that he doesn't absolutely destroy is the pitch up and in. Now, not many hitters do, especially with any kind of velocity. Well, but that's a case of a hitter looking away for a pitcher who really hasn't come in much at all with fastballs and getting something he wasn't looking for.
And that's, Trout has a lot better numbers against righties than lefties. And one of the reasons, the good lefties that have that angle of coming in, it's a better angle for a lefty than it is for a righty to get that ball into the spot that gives Trout problems. James Paxton has notoriously gave Trout a ton of problems because he can spot that spot, hit that spot one after another and tie Trout up.
Blaine Hardy, the lefty, 6'2", 218 pounds, Northwest guy. Born in Seattle, had a really nice run mid-season I guess we are almost in mid-season, but from May 21st to July 7th, he had a 1.80 ERA, one of the best ERAs in that run by any major league reliever. He's called upon here to face Shohei Ohtani. Mike Trout at first. You saw Fletcher at second. And 1 out in the 6th. And Ohtani backs up. Ball gets away. And Fletcher saw it. Takes third.
And that was his best pitch. Hardy's best pitch is the changeup. And as a catcher, you anticipate this is going to be in the dirt. And it just hits off the heel of the glove and bounces too far away.
And when you're at second base, this is a much easier read than any other place on the bases. You're looking directly in towards home plate. You can judge how far away that ball gets. That's why Fletcher's at third base and Trout's still at first base.
79 miles an hour, and Ohtani way out in front. Now the Angels did not get off to a good start in the season, but they've played well, and it kind of coincides with Ohtani coming back to the lineup. They are 40-32 since Ohtani returned to Brad Ausmus's club.
We got to keep an eye on Trout right here. It's a good situation to run. Hardy, curveball, changeup guy. As a base runner, those are the kind of pitches you want to pick.
You know what? I just don't see Trout run against lefties very often at all.
He doesn't have much of a lead over there.
Hardy's changeup, as Tom pointed out, his best pitch, and not afraid to go lefty on lefty with a changeup.
That's 3 in a row.
Yeah.
4 for a quarter. I don't know. I don't know if I'd go 4 times to Ohtani.
One of the reasons too, if Trout stays there at first base, it creates a little extra space because they're holding him on.
That one almost got him, and it misses in, and Ohtani on his way to first.
Well, this is what Ron Gardenhire was talking about before the game when we had that chance to talk with him. They said they've had leads, they've been able to play good solid baseball, but they can't finish it off. They had it yesterday, the same scenario where they got a great start out of Matthew Boyd and weren't able to close that game out. Today they got a really good start out of Zimmerman. They have to be pleased what they've seen out of Zimmerman here in this game. But here you go. Now the door is opening up for the Angels here.
And a dangerous hitter here in Upton, who has missed a good chunk of this season after an odd toe injury at the end of spring training.
Yeah, but that approach isn't going to get it done against Hardy. He's got to think about hitting the ball to the big part of the field, middle of the field, knowing changeups are Hardy's best pitch. You can't get a rollover, and that changeup is designed to get the rollover on a pull hitter.
Infield looks for a ground ball. There's that change with that great arm side action, and he was rolling over on that, and it's 0-2.
Yeah, and you look at the month of July for Justin Upton. He has not got his game up and running at all, and certainly Tiger fans and Angel fans know when Justin Upton gets hot, he could carry a ball club, but right now he's really struggling. 203 here in the month of July with just a couple of home runs.
Yeah, you have to sit soft here. I know most major league hitters, virtually all, sit fastball, react to off speed, but you have to think opposite here. Hardy's not going to beat you with his fastball. You can sit soft here and still react to fastball.
And Upton has struggled mightily against lefties, 2 for 29 this year. And he lays off that, and the count's 2-2, and obviously no place to put him. Bases filled with Angels. David Fletcher with an RBI double. Cole Calhoun is on deck. The 2-2.
2 better takes right there on the changeups. And that's got to get Hardy thinking. And you see Upton on balance. Watch, there's no drift here. There's no lean, on balance. And when you have to throw a changeup for a strike in the zone, that can be a dangerous pitch.
3-2, and he chased, and he just got a piece. See where that pitch was That's a good 10 inches outside. And he got to the ball, but barely.
That's where what you were talking about, Tom. If you're thinking right field, that one is the one that's served up to you. That changeup's a mistake. It is up and out over the plate. If you're thinking that way, let it get deep and drive it that direction. And that's when Justin Upton's going good. That's exactly what he does with that pitch.
Fletcher, Trout, Ohtani, bases loaded. And Upton calling time.
It's a test of discipline right here. Discipline on Hardy's part, because his best pitch is the changeup that's out of the zone. Upton, can you take the pitch on a full count, the changeup that's going to drop out of the zone?
3-2. Got him. Gorgeous changeup. Upton tried to pull it, and Hardy wins the battle. There are 2 outs.
The more disciplined player was Hardy. He won the battle. It takes conviction to throw that pitch, as you know, Mark. When you get in a situation where you need to throw a changeup for a strike, it can be hairy, but this would be the same pitch over and over for the most part, keeping the changeup down and away. Now here, Upton started to adjust and had a couple of good takes in the sequence here. So you start thinking maybe he's seeing that ball out of the hand. But now when it gets 2 strikes in the full count, the anxiety takes over. The foul ball, and then the put-away pitch.
And when you're Hardy, that is your best pitch, so the conviction's an easy one for you.
Cole Calhoun now, who homered to left in the 5th. It was a costly home run in 2 ways for the Tigers. Obviously, it put a run on the board, the first of the night for the Angels. But it also cost Kristen Stewart his night, as he slammed into the wall and came out of the game.
Oh, shockingly, the Angels have struggled against lefties for many, many years. They have had all kinds of problems against lefties. Cole Calhoun shockingly leads their ball club with 10 home runs against lefties. So it's Cole Calhoun, not Mike Trout, not Justin Upton, not Albert Pujols, the guys you would think that would dominate the lefties as far as driving the ball out of the ballpark. It's the lefty Calhoun. And for that to happen, Calhoun's got to keep that front shoulder in, and he usually does a pretty good job with that.
1-1 in the dirt, and this time smothered by John Hicks. Remember, he had one scored away that allowed Fletcher to move up 90 feet.
You saw a shot of Jordan Zimmerman over there. I just wonder what's going through his mind. He hasn't won a game in 17 consecutive starts. At the moment, he stands on the winning side of the decision. It's been almost a year, going back to last September, since he won a ball game.
2-1. Calhoun pulls it foul.
And his fate is now in the hands of Blaine Hardy. Can Hardy execute one more changeup to keep Jordan on the winning side for now?
Well, it was Calhoun's home run that got the Angels on the board in the 5th inning, and it was an opposite field home run. He's going to have that same approach right here.
2-2. Pulls it foul. Still 2-2. Fletcher's double scored thrice. Trout was hit on a fastball, the last man to face Zimmerman. Ohtani walked. Upton then struck out. And Hardy now is 2-2. He's gone curveball, changeup, curveball, and that last pitch was a 4-seam fastball at 89. Let's see what he goes with. 2-2. Big breaking ball and a strikeout. And Jordan Zimmerman can exhale. Hardy holds the lead. And the Tigers give up a run, but through 6 innings in game 1 of this 3-game set in Anaheim, the Tigers hold on to their 3-2 lead.
Well, a good, well-executed breaking ball right there, and he put it in a good spot. Calhoun just swings over the top of that, and that's what pitching's all about. If you can execute and hit your spots, you can get your outs. It's the mistakes that these guys are ready to pounce on, and this was a really good curveball.
Good sign for the Angels, and for baseball for that matter. Trout on his way into the outfields after getting hit on the left hand, and he seems to be okay. Now, Major League Baseball is always live with MLB at Bat. Follow your favorite team's actions, game tracking, video highlights, up-to-the-moment stats. standings, news, more. It's the #1 app for live baseball, MLB At Bat. And one of the cool things with the YouTube games here with MLB on YouTube is the fact that when you log on to MLB At Bat, there is a large banner or billboard, and with one press of the screen, the game pops up.
Even you can do that, right?
Yes. I tried early, but now I've got the game on. For in-depth perspectives on the game, don't forget to check out YouTube Live's game commentary featuring MLB, the Tigers, Angels, and a select group of YouTube creators. They'll add to our thoughts during the telecast with a unique viewing experience. You can view the game live and the live commentary on your mobile phone, computer, and also in the living room on your smart TV. Tom, is your TV smart?
It's smarter than me.
Yes. We'll be keeping an eye on the discussions throughout the telecast. Cam Bedrosian is in for the Angels. Both starters gone. Bedrosian is the second to work out of the bullpen. Jaime Barria went 5. Justin Anderson had the 6th. And Cam Bedrosian, whose father is a well-known reliever in the big leagues. And he's the, I believe, he and Trout are the longest tenured Angels.
That is correct.
He's been here a while. He'll jump right in the 7th inning in a 3-2 ball game. At the outset, we told you these are two teams in different spots. The Tigers are in a deep rebuild right now. This is year 2 of it. They're just struggling to win games. They've had an awful time winning out west. They were swept by 4 in Seattle. They've dropped 24 of their last 25 games against the American League West, and that goes back to last year. The Angels, on the other hand, of all the adversity they've faced this year, tragedy, injuries, and all of that, they are still alive in the wild card, scratching and clawing, trying to improve themselves. They sit right now 3 games over and have played well this July. And here is Jeimer Candelario to lead it off for the Tigers in the 7th.
And he's one of those guys, Rich, that the Tigers are trying to figure out, is he an important piece going forward with this group? As you mentioned, he got off to just a terrible start. He's played much better recently.
Flips one out to left. That's Upton, and that's out number 1.
I was talking to him about switch hitting, and he and Josh Bell are like 2 of the only guys I've talked to about switch hitting who don't have a natural side because they hit from the time they picked up a bat from both sides of the plate. And I asked him, what is his stronger side? And he said, it depends how I'm going. At left sometimes it's right side. That's a great thing. His dad was a baseball instructor, and as soon as he picked up a bat, it was, son, you're going to hit both sides of the plate. So he's got no weak side.
Wow.
Makes it tough for the other manager.
You don't hear that very often.
No,
it's
Josh Bell was the only other one I talked to. As you said, most guys have a natural side. And he's getting a run here at first base, Candelario. He had to borrow Brandon Dixon's glove. He doesn't even have one. That's how new he is to the position. He's got one on order, though.
And he was a trading deadline guy. He came over in the Candelario did in the White Sox trade. That was the Justin Wilson deal. Alex Avila, I believe, was in that deal as well. Castro smokes one into center field, and that's a base hit.
I think that ball got through his legs.
See, Gardy was right. That was Carew-like.
That was cricket-like through the wicket.
Yeah, you're right.
Wow. That's the hard way, too. It was turned sideways.
And as a pitcher, you release the ball, and you always want to be a fielder, but that's kind of the last thing that's on your mind is you want to get that extension, get through that, and next thing you know, the ball is coming back at you quickly. And for Bedrosian, this ball's hit so hard, doesn't even have time to react.
Here's Hicks now. Mark touched upon it a couple innings ago, and Ron Gardenhire pointed this out to us tonight. Winning games it's one thing to develop talent and guys, have a good year, get their feet wet in the big leagues. He said, we have pieces, we have guys that are capable of playing winning baseball, but we have not been able to win games. And this is the type of game where a team that doesn't know how to win is up a run in the 7th inning on the road. How do you win it?
Sounds like yesterday's game for the Tigers, right?
Yes.
In Seattle.
Sounds like a season long of games for the Tigers. They had opportunities in Seattle to win more than just yesterday's game. Hicks swings and misses.
Yeah, on the flip side of that, the Angels, as you mentioned, are fighting to stay in the wild card race. This is a series they can't give up. This is almost a must sweep series for the Angels to continue their path. Tom, you talked about it earlier that their schedule in the second half is harder than anybody else in baseball, and so the games against the Tigers are going to disappear.
Into the bat, backhanded flip, Simmons! Oh, goodness! Fletcher to Simmons to Pujols. And a gorgeous double play ends the Tigers' 7th.
That was sweet. That was baseball choreography at its best.
David Fletcher doesn't have the time to really get it to his hand. Flips it out of his glove. Andrelton Simmons, to me, the best in the game of baseball, takes it from there. And just to throw right on the money to Pujols, a beautiful double play. And nobody happier than Cam Bedrosian on that double play right there. Slick.
One of the subtle things about that play, you mentioned Simmons, the timing to get to the bag, to catch that flip without hurrying, to make sure he caught it in rhythm on stride. Some shortstops will hurry to the bag, and now they're not in position to cross the bag to make the relay throw.
And the guy that really brought that into the major leagues, that off-foot throw and make it look silky smooth, was a shortstop with Mark Langston in Seattle long ago, and that was Omar Vizquel, who had, you know, incredible footwork, and many people compare Simmons to Vizquel.
Well, to me, Omar Vizquel will always be the gold standard at shortstop, and I know Ozzie Smith on the other side. I played with Omar, saw more of Omar, so that is who I have to base my opinion on.
High praise.
And with that being said, and I've talked with Omar about Andrelton Simmons and said, hey, you will always be my gold standard, but this guy can see you. He's got visual contact on you. Special player, and he's my man crush because I always wanted to be a shortstop.
I can tell.
I was left-handed, and I wanted to be a shortstop so bad. So I love the good shortstop play. And playing with Omar and playing against Omar all those years, and I see so many similarities. These guys can play the tape forward so much better than everybody else. It's not a coincidence when they make a great play because they've already calculated in their head before the ball's even pitched what they want to do with that. And you have to do that to be the elite fielders. You definitely have to be able to do it.
Now, you saw Simmons with that iPad. He was checking out the YouTube schedule for next week. He wanted to see the Cardinals and the Dodgers. They are on Wednesday. That's a terrific matchup. It's 3:10 in the East, a noon start at Dodger Stadium. And then the next night, the Phillies and the Giants. How good are the Giants going? A one-run win, walk-off win seemingly every night. And then terrific matchups. Twins at Brewers is a good one. Actually, what he was watching was Buck Farmer. You can watch video on your iPad in your dugout. It's one of the things that's changed over the last 3-4 years in the game. Buck Farmer's first pitch to Albert Pujols is strike one. Simmons will hit second, and Matt Thaiss is due up third. Slow chopper. And that describes Pujols on his way down to first as well. J.P. Morosi.
Yes, Rich, Buck Farmer on the mound tonight. He is something of an under-the-radar trade candidate for the Tigers. He's had a very effective season for them. There is no urgency to trade Farmer, unlike with Shane Green. Of course, Green only under contract for one more year. The Dodgers, the Nationals have looked at both. In fact, the Dodgers have a scout here tonight. And Rich, when we think about trades, I did want to ask our broadcast partner about that. Of course, Mark Langston traded in May of 1989 from the Mariners to the Expos. I believe there was a future Hall of Fame left-hander going the other way in that deal.
Yes, there was. I was traded from Seattle to Montreal, and it's one of those years. And we heard today, Nicholas Castellanos, his name's been thrown around and how it affects him, and it does start to affect you. I got to spring training in '89, and to the point to where I came into camp at spring training. They told me, go pack your bags. You have been traded to the Mets. So I went home, packed all my stuff in spring training, showed up the next day, and they said the deal fell through. So those little things start playing in your head the entire time. I kept hearing the Mets. I kept hearing the Red Sox. I kept hearing all these names. And then I got traded, and they tell me it's Montreal. And I'm like going, wait a minute, where is Montreal? But in that deal, it was Brian Holman, Gene Harris, and a little lefty named Randy Johnson.
So who was coming back from the Mets? Was it Gooden? I mean, right? I mean, if Randy Johnson's in that, now look, Johnson at
Randy
the time
Johnson, yeah,
was not Randy Johnson. He
Nope.
did not
he
have
couldn't
any
find
control.
the plate with a compass.
Exactly right. Believe me, that move would not have been made. Randy, what a pitcher too. It's we had many battles against each other, and what a competitor, Hall of Famer, and probably one of the best lefties that's ever played this game.
I heard a great story that Edgar Martinez told. I don't know if you heard the same story. After Randy Johnson left the team, apparently Edgar said something in a newspaper story that Johnson took umbrage with, and when he saw Edgar, he said, "Hey, what was this about what you told the reporter in the newspaper?" Edgar said, "Well, I didn't really mean it. I don't know if I really said it. I think it was out of context." And Johnson said, "Well, it's only going to hurt for a little bit." End of the bat, and it's going to nestle into center field for a hit, and Theis is aboard.
Well,
his second hit.
I remember once visiting Randy in Seattle, was writing a story on him for Sports Illustrated, and it's like I had climbed the beanstalk because the house was built for him. Like the bathroom vanity was extra high, the dining room table was extra high.
Did he show you the drums?
Yes. Yes. Very good drummer, very good photographer as well.
Outstanding. And a great photographer of rock concerts and musicians. Very accomplished. Probably took a few pictures of your buddy Mark Langston, Geddy Lee, and Rush.
Yes, I think the last time I saw Randy Johnson was at a Rush concert, and he had maybe 100 different lenses just scattered out all over the place, and he was in the photography pit right up front. And Geddy Lee told him, "You better get down as low. I got paying customers behind you. You better get that big body down low." And
down in front.
Down in front.
Garneau takes outside. Buck Farmer in here in the 7th. Tigers trying to win a ball game here and do something that they have really struggled to do. Not only win, but win on the road in the West. And stop that run of 17 consecutive winless starts that has tied a franchise record that Jordan Zimmerman is on. Zimmerman's in line for the win. 2-0 pitch. And it's up.
That's an interesting pitch choice right there. With 2 outs towards the bottom of the lineup, you don't want to move that runner up to second base. And instead of the challenge fastball, he went slider.
3-0 pitch to Garneau. And it's in. And he lost him. And it turns the lineup over. And it brings up Fletcher, who had the RBI double back in the 6th.
Yeah, that to me, that's always just a lack of focus right there of knowing where you are in the lineup, who is hitting. You have to be in attack mode, certainly when you get to see a guy like Garneau at the plate.
Well, especially now with Mr. All-World on deck and Mike Trout. You know Fletcher is going to get fastballs to hit here.
It's a great place to hit, right?
Oh, absolutely.
For Trout.
And this is a big part of why Trout's having a big year. They've had production from the bottom side of the order that's feeding the top side, and that's why Trout's had a lot more RBI opportunities this season than he's had in as many seasons as I can remember.
A reminder, you can download the MLB Ballpark app to complete your next visit to your favorite team's home ballpark. Buy and manage tickets, redeem special check-in offers, access exclusive content, and much more. Download the MLB Ballpark app today. Rick Anderson out for another mound visit. Anderson, a long and successful run in Minnesota with Ron Gardenhire. And a pinch runner, Luis Rengifo, out at second base.
And Rengifo becomes the tying run at second base. That is why Brad Ausmus switched it out with Matt Theis.
And so Farmer going to come right after Fletcher. Fletcher has a talented brother, Dominic, who was the 75th overall pick by Arizona, played at Arkansas. You talked about guys not striking out. He's got the lowest strikeout rate in Major League Baseball.
Well, he can go slider here now, and he did. That first pitch was huge, taking advantage of the hitter conceding first pitch. Just pump the fastball in, control the count. This pitch here will define the at-bat. Nothing changes in at-bat more than the outcome of the 1-1 pitch. First strikes are great, but if you throw 2 straight balls, not so great. Really winning the first 3 pitches is what it's all about.
First and second with 2 outs. Chased. He doesn't do that all that often.
And you could, Brad Ausmus has talked about it. He said in a clutch situation, David Fletcher, out of all the guys on this Angels team, David Fletcher is the guy he wants up at the plate because of his contact. He will make contact, and he seems to always get that big hit.
1-2. The count evens at 2-2, and as Tom pointed out, Farmer is well aware of Mike Trout's presence on deck.
That was the changeup right there.
That was a great take by Fletcher.
Great take.
Fletcher on the ground. Castro short way to second in time, and Buck Farmer out of the bullpen. A scoreless 7th, 3-2. Tigers on top of Angels. 7th inning stretch. And our game summary. Let's take a look. See how we've arrived here. This was Miguel Cabrera off his front foot to straightaway center. Even Trout couldn't haul it in. And he told everybody about it all the way around the bases. And Jaime Barria, after giving up that home run, kind of settled into the second and the third. In the fourth. Little trouble. That's a throwing error by Theis and an extra base for Castellanos. And Kristen Stewart knocked one in the gap to knock home run number 2. So a 2-0 lead for the Tigers. Jordan Zimmermann trying to snap this 17-game start run without a win. And the slider, as Tom Verducci expertly diagrammed early on tonight until the 5th. Jordy Mercer knocked one to the rocks. And then bottom of the 5th, Cole Calhoun. A little opposite field. Stewart hit the wall hard and came out of the game. Bottom 6. Just out of the reach of Jacoby Jones. This was a big strikeout. Hardy with his changeup. Got Upton. Hardy with the breaking ball. Gets Calhoun and holds the lead, and Zimmermann is still in line for the win. MLB Game of the Week, live on YouTube. Rich Waltz, Mark Langston, Tom Verducci, JP Morosi. 3 runs on 5 hits for the Tigers. The Angels, a couple runs and 4 hits. And you can see the record for the Angels, 3 over. They need to keep winning to keep themselves in the American League wild card race. Renifo is in at second. Fletcher moves to third.
And one of the brightest bullpen pieces for the Angels, Ty Buttrey on the mound. And this is going to be some power stuff coming at you.
Anderson, Bedrosian, Buttrey in relief of Barria. Mercer's homer was his 4th. Shoots it to right, and that's going to drop for a hit. Calhoun has a good arm, and Mercer is going to hold there at first. And so the Tigers open up the 8th inning with a single to right. And Jacoby Jones, Nico Goodrum scheduled.
I don't care who you are. You're going to have moments where it doesn't sync up for you. And Ty Buttry's been such a consistent guy out of that Angels bullpen. His last 2 outings, those last 2 appearances, have been some issues. He's got an inning and a third, and he's allowed 4 runs in his last 2 appearances. So even the really good ones have moments where it doesn't quite size up.
I like the idea right there by Jones. He's got the speed to beat it out by putting the ball on the grass, not giving himself up entirely. Fletcher had been back at third base, where he actually remains. You know, if you want to bunt on an 0-0 count, I don't mind it on 0-1. Still a good idea.
Jones doubled in the 5th, struck out twice. It's a 3-game series. In the middle of a long road trip for the Tigers, who started in Seattle and were swept by the Mariners, who have been struggling lately, but certainly had a terrific homestand. And their 4 wins over the Tigers, a big part of that. An off day after the 3 here, and then on to Texas to finish the trip for the Tigers. And they count 3-1. And a glance down at third base. Dave Clark, the third base coach for the Tigers. Goodrum is on deck.
He sit on fastball right here.
Fastball is up, and it just missed. So Jones walks. Now, we saw Bobby Grich earlier tonight. He came into the booth to say hi to everybody. JP Morosi, I'm hopeful that's not the last time the Tigers won a game here at this ballpark.
No, Rich, but it's been a while. And speaking of luminaries here at the ballpark tonight, the great John Lowe is here as well. And John looked this up. The last Tigers victory here at this ballpark was May of 2017. Brad Ausmus, of course, then was managing the Tigers, so he was the victorious manager that night for Detroit. Only 2 players were in that lineup for Detroit and are still in this lineup tonight: Miguel Cabrera and Nicholas Castellanos.
Well, we have some fascinating strategy going on right here.
Yep.
We talked about Goodrum at the top here, how good he is against upper velocity fastballs, hitting .444 against fastballs 95 and above. But obviously, the Angels have to set their defense here to be prepared for an actual bunt, which I think is still allowed in Major League Baseball.
Not very often.
You know, Mark, there's so few bunts now that, to me, teams don't defend them well. That's part of now, I think, the effectiveness of putting the ball on the ground.
But with that being said, the bunters, the guys in the box, don't have the skills to do that, to execute that. Certainly, you're right. It plays into it if you have a guy that can actually get the ball on the ground.
I'd give him a swing on the fastball, then maybe bunt them up.
In his young career, Nico Goodrum has not had a sacrifice bunt. And part of this, in your discussion on bunts, it comes through the minor leagues. Teams don't value it. And in the minor leagues, it's not practiced as much or perfected.
This is something I always have a problem with, and it comes from the analytical people that don't understand when you're the guy on the mound, there's different pressures when guys start going closer to home plate that is not on a spreadsheet. They see that we don't want to give up the out, but there's a lot more pressure when that guy's now standing at third base. You can't bury your breaking ball. There's so many other factors that come into play in the guy's mind that's on the mound.
Yeah, I'm sure Ron Gardenhire also thinking, you know, if you move up the runners with the bunt, then you're taking the bat out of Miguel Cabrera's hands. And even with that bad knee, he's a guy I want up there to take a swing with runners in scoring position. He's just one of those guys who finds a way with runners on base.
Amen.
No question.
Fastball up. Count 3-1.
Yep, this is another struggle outing for Ty Buttrey. He is usually almost automatic, and talked about his last 2 appearances. He's had some issues. The velocity is still there, but it's the location of it. He's really missed on location, and the other night he got beat on a slider that was just catches the heart of the plate. Usually that thing is biting down and away.
Goodrum fights it off.
Yeah, see, that ball's off the plate. You're in charge of the count at 3-1. We talked about how good of a fastball hitter he is. The pitcher's really struggling with command. You just bailed him out right here. And this guy's just hunting for any kind of a strike, and you gave him that strike. But again, a younger team, they chase more than any team in baseball, Detroit.
They have a wise hitting coach in Lloyd McClendon. And that time he takes it, and it is out. And now Miguel Cabrera comes to the plate, and there's no place to put him.
Saw Brad Ausmus giving the signals for the infield defense here. 3 meaning the depth. There's 1, 2, and 3 depth. And then home, obviously, go home. 3 bringing the infield all the way in. 1 would be back, 2 middle, 3 in.
And with the infield in, and if they do come home with Cabrera's foot speed, they possibly could get a double play. Up the middle, and it gets by Simmons and into left field. It'll chase home 2. Mercer scores. Jones behind him. Goodrum to third, and Miggy knocks in 2. The Tigers have a 5-2 lead.
So we saw that and heard the clip earlier of Miggy talking with Albert Pujols about swinging on first pitches. And it's the advice that Albert Pujols gave him as a young player. And what does he do? First pitch fastball.
And this fastball is in. It's not bad location, but Miggy is so good at pulling his hands quickly. Doesn't quite barrel it up, but it hits it hard enough with the infield in. It doesn't take much to get it by. If you can get it by Andrelton Simmons, you've hit the ball hard enough. So the 2 walks prior to this by Ty Buttrey has set this inning in motion.
Too smart of a hitter. You know, sitting on first pitch fastball. Got it, didn't hit it hard, but added to his huge RBI total.
And Miggy says, my work here is done. A home run, 2 runs on a single. Gordon Beckham, you can run. Look at Gardenhire. He knows how important games like this are. Obviously, the Tigers are going nowhere. They want to avoid 120 losses. They want to figure out how to win games. How do these young players actually win games? And it's the old veteran who shows the way here and knocks into a 5-2 lead. Castellanos, broken bat and a pop-up. Renifo chasing, makes the catch. Runners not tagging. Goodrum had crept down the line in case the ball fell in.
That's actually good base running right there. If this ball looks like it's got a chance to find some grass out in right field, Renifo is able to run this one down. This ball hits the dirt. If you're back tagging and it's close enough away, especially with the arm of Calhoun who was closing in on it, and Renifo, now all of a sudden there's probably a play at the plate. So the only thing that you can do is come down that line and hope that that ball gets down.
Now Dixon. The Angel bullpen in their comeback and their walk-off win yesterday was outstanding. 4 innings, 2 hits, no runs. But tonight, the bullpen is coughed up 2 here in the 8th.
It's definitely been one of the strengths for this ball club this year has been the Angels bullpen. And the only thing about it is, you mentioned it earlier, they have not gotten length out of their rotation. So
workload,
when that happens, you are going to pound on those guys down in the bullpen, and you might be seeing some of the effects of it.
We saw Luis Garcia getting ready.
Mark,
Angels bullpen.
Sorry, Rich, that's a familiar story, not just here, but around baseball, in terms of asking relievers to pick up more and more innings. It's the first time in 50 years, half a century, that relief pitchers have a higher earned run average than starting pitchers. And the workload has gone up consistently to record levels. They keep asking more and more innings out of relievers, and a lot of these guys are feeling the effects of the workload.
Now, next year, baseball expands rosters to 26. Last I heard, they were still trying to figure out if there was going to be a cap or a number of pitchers.
13.
13, is that a hard number? Has that been decided?
That's been decided.
Oof. Well,
I mean, most teams have 13 now.
Right. So, but my point is, if this trend continues like that, that's not easy on managers.
Listen, I think they should dial it down to 11. I mean, the way the game is run, it doesn't have to be run this way. Keep running more and more relief pitchers out there.
Now, next year as well, the 3-batter minimum is still on the table.
I'll believe that when I see it.
Still on the table.
It's a terrible rule. It's like telling an NFL team you can't throw on second down. Why would you tell a manager you have to take a guy out of the game or leave him in the game because he has to face 3 guys? It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
The rule would affect one move every other game, or maybe once every 3 games. There's no payoff to it. I get what they're trying to do, but don't touch the strategy of the game.
Yep. So I take it you don't like that?
No. Nobody asked me, though. So.
I asked you. But you don't have a vote.
I'm with you, though, Tom. I couldn't agree with you more. There's just certain things in the game of baseball you just got to leave alone, and that's part of it is the strategy. That's the excitement of the game. That's what people pay. They want to see the matchups, and certainly when you get the Aroldis Chapmans, you get these guys in for the lefty. He's a bad example because he's a closer. He's got to finish his inning no matter what. But the lefty specialist.
But Mark Langston late in his career.
Yeah, well, I get exactly. I was that little slop throwing lefty that was coming out late in my career. But it goes back to the point to where everybody's so worried about not letting a starter get 3 times through a lineup. Don't you think that, to me, it's a developmental problem that if that's the case, why are they not teaching guys down at the minor league level how to get through a lineup 3 different times?
Candelario, the hitter. Buttrey gets a strikeout of Dixon.
Yeah, because they've been emboldened because the amateur level is doing a terrific job developing pitchers. You can keep running out these guys throwing 95 with power sliders. Maybe they don't have a 3rd pitch. Maybe they don't pitch more than an inning at a time. But there's plenty of those guys to fill behind starters. And the industry thinks that injuries happen a lot based on fatigue. So they're very careful about pitch counts. Maybe overly careful.
Ball gets away. Runner coming home. And Goodrum's going to score. And the Tigers get a hustle run. And a 6-2 ball game now here in the 8th.
That's a backbreaker for a club. 2 outs.
And you're in desperate need of a win right here. This ball cannot get through the wickets. You know a changeup. You talked about it earlier. You know it's coming. There's a chance it's going to be out of the strike zone. And this ball gets right through the legs of Dustin Garneau with the guy at 3rd base. You have got to lay out. Goes back to what I was telling you. When that guy's at 3rd base, there's a lot of ways to score from 3rd base. There's one right there, that little changeup that gets away from Garneau, and the Tigers able to tack on another run.
Candelario now 0 for 3. Gets a 3-1 pitch. Beckham's at 2nd, and it's fouled back. Count is full. With 3-2.
Jose Molina, the catching instructor, does a great job. They had all the catchers out here early today working on exactly that thing, framing as well, but blocking pitches, getting the body down in front of the baseball. And as you said, Mark, when you're calling a changeup with a runner on 3rd base, or any time really, you're anticipating blocking the ball. You're anticipating that ball's going to be down.
Well, I think the Angels are on a path and a pace to break an all-time major league record as far as wild pitches this year. And a lot of it you can blame on the pitchers. Certainly we've seen plenty of that where balls are spiked down in the dirt, but some of it you've got to have that guy back there block the ball.
Long inning for the Angels bullpen and a big inning for the Tigers. They tack on 3 and lead this ball game headed to the bottom of the 8th, 6-2 against the Angels. Much like Miggy and Albert, Mike Trout appears to be well on his way to Cooperstown. Let's revisit some of the signature moments of his great career.
With the 25th selection in the first round, the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim select Michael Trout.
Waited my whole lifetime to do this.
So the first home run for Mike Trout is a big one.
When you look back at the 2009 draft, what are you going to remember? You're going to remember Mike Trout.
You run out of superlatives to talk about him.
The youngest ever to win the award in the American League.
You know, it was one of the best years of my life so far.
Well, I don't even know if he can put up better numbers.
My goodness.
He's going to need a storage unit for the awards he's going to win over the next 2 decades.
Somebody called the police.
This ball game is over.
His first walk-off home run of his career.
We're looking at a guy who can be the next Derek Jeter.
Yes, he does it all.
Mike Trout's first career postseason hit.
We could be looking at one of the greatest players of all time.
Home run number 100.
It's just an incredible honor to be a part of the All-Star game and win an MVP twice. It's something special for sure.
That ball was crushed. Yes, it was.
That's his 40th home run of the season.
It's his second American League Most Valuable Player award, Mike Trout.
And you bet he's smiling.
He is getting a standing ovation, not because it's his birthday. That's also his 1,000th career hit. Well, Mike Trout has just hit his 200th career home run.
He had to get the home run tonight to pass A-Rod.
Do you recognize him as the best player in the game?
If you don't, then you're not watching.
There was no build-up to what would be the richest contract in pro sports history. Now he's all assured of being an Angel for life.
This is absolutely indescribable. This is the most amazing moment I've ever seen.
The fact is, he is not even questioned the best player in the game right now.
The resume is obviously impressive. 2 MVPs, 4 times a runner-up for the American League MVP, 8-time All-Star. One thing you don't see there is 1 postseason series, and that's not on Mike Trout. Just 1, a division series. I believe it was Kansas City beat him in 3. And that's an issue for the Angels, especially, and even for baseball at the same time. Your most exciting player, the best player of his generation. This is Willie Mays. This is Hank Aaron. And he's played in 1 postseason series. And if you're now, he's going to be an Angel for life. He signed that enormous contract, over $400 million. Tom Verducci, I guess the question is, why haven't the Angels been able to build around him and get to the postseason more? And can they do it in the next 2-3 years while he's smoking, OPS and slugging percentage and 51 homers he's on pace for?
I got 3 reasons for you: pitching, pitching, and pitching. As I said, they've not been in the top half in ERA since Mike arrived here. And that's clearly need number 1 through about 5 here. I checked this out on the left. You're looking at young players with the highest WAR through their age 26 season. That was through last year for Mike Trout. Great players generally do win in the postseason. I know it's not the NBA where it defines a franchise. You can only take your turn at bat. You can't take every at bat. Like basketball, you can take every shot. But as you saw there, great players get into the postseason.
And get in is the perfect word right there.
Yeah, but it just hasn't happened for Mike, and I do think baseball fans, certainly Angels fans, feel like that needs to change. You want to see the best on the biggest stage.
Trout fouls that back, counts full now at 3-2. Good to see him swinging, because earlier in the game, his last at bat, he got popped on that left hand, the knuckle of the left pinky, on a Jordan Zimmerman fastball.
But I'll tell you this, Rich, a lot of people when Mike signed that contract said, well, I guess he doesn't want to play in the playoffs, taking the long-term money here with the Angels. This team is really close. What do you think about
Trout in the air, right center, shallow, and a long run made there by Castellanos.
Trout, best player in baseball. Simmons, best defender in baseball. Ohtani, one of the best hitters and pitchers in baseball. And a kid by the name of Joe Adell not far behind them, an outfielder to join them. They have the pieces here for a playoff team. Now all they have to do is go out and sign Garrett Cole this winter.
Yeah, they do. You failed to mention Justin Upton, too, is a guy that when he swings the bat well, they invested in him. They expect him to drive in runs. He's a guy that can produce. I agree with you. The pieces of the puzzle are in place here from an offensive standpoint and a defensive standpoint. It is. It's all about pitching, and their pitching's been hurt. They've had injuries throughout the course of Mike Trout's career, they've had some good starting pitchers that have had Tommy Johns. They've had a long list of guys end up going down with Tommy John surgery. So the injuries have played a factor into it.
Ohtani at the plate. Jimenez has come in relief. And his fastball misses out. Just to document the ERA, 2019, the ERA is at 4.88. But you don't see any top 5 finishes from the Angels pitching staff.
And the last time they were in the postseason was that 2014 season.
Ohtani takes a strike.
And they finished the year with the best record in baseball that year. And as you mentioned, Kansas City came in through the wild card and had to battle back in the 8th inning against the Oakland A's. And they came smoking hot here into a series against the Angels, and 2 tight ball games. The last one was a blowout, but the first 2 were tight ball games. And that was it. Game, set, match on the team with the best record in baseball. We'll see you next year.
Well, health for Ohtani both ways next year should go a ways to shoring up the rotation. And if he continues to swing the bat the way he has swung it in his young major league career, that will help offensively. That's a gorgeous pitch. Jimenez brought that back right at the knees and strikes out Ohtani.
It's just great sequencing, classic sequencing. The high velocity, high fastball, followed up by this changeup here.
Now this is a good pitch, and Ohtani obviously trying to gear up for the high velocity. We saw a pitch in this at bat at 99 miles an hour. You come back with that changeup, you're going to get a lot of guys that are going to sit on that.
Upton now with 2 outs, and JP Morosi, we were talking big picture with the Angels. The snapshot here is they're down 6-2 to the Tigers in what is a hugely important series after dropping 3 of 4 to the lowly Orioles.
Well, you're exactly right, Rich. And the timing of this stretch in terms of their performance could not be worse. If anything, perhaps it just clarifies where the Angels truly are right now, that they simply cannot be a club that's looking for rentals. They've got to look to the long term. And I think Tom had a great point about Garrett Cole. Garrett Cole attended high school at Orange Lutheran High School, which is 3.5 miles away from where we are right now. And if you sign Garrett Cole this winter, you're also taking him off the roster of the division leading team, the Houston Astros.
Upton hustling, confusion at the bag, and an out call from Gabe Morales, the first base umpire. It's a nice inning from Jimenez, and this young Tiger team, who has lost 6 in a row, right now has the Angels on the ropes, headed to the 9th. As the trade deadline nears, I mean, it's Wednesday at 4 Eastern, folks. We reflect on some of the more notable deals completed by the Tigers and the Angels. Now follow along with us, everybody. Angels got Mark Teixeira, and in 2008, Teixeira, some big numbers, helped him out. Casey Kotchman went the other way. Kotchman, serviceable first baseman, did not have the same type of resume. But this story is a long ways from being over. And even though Mike Trainer, our producer, is a Yankee fan, and he has a nice shot of Yankee Stadium, Teixeira had a great run. But guess what? The compensation pick turns into Mike Trout. You never know where these trades may lead. Now, Tom, this is a notable trade as well. Doug Fister from the Tigers. Now, the Mariners felt that Fister, a guy who was, for many of his years, underappreciated. Fister, with a 2.37 ERA, 230 games with the Mariners. Was Charlie Furbush, a 4.02 ERA. So that's a notable Tiger trade with the Mariners. You'd never know where any of these trades will lead. They could put a team in the postseason, or a few years later, it could put Mike Trout in your outfield.
Yeah, I don't know if we'll see another Mike Trout, but your point is well taken. Everybody wants a trade. But sometimes be careful with the prospects you give up.
And vice versa. Sometimes these prospects, you put a lot of faith in the prospects that you're getting, and they don't pan out, and it becomes a very difficult scenario. It's almost like the draft, and that the science of the draft is just mind-boggling. How you can You look at a guy like Mike Trout. When you go and scout Mike Trout in high school, and I don't know if he was really playing as much of the stuff that is done now and all the travel ball teams. So you go out and you see, and it's well documented, Billy Beane going out to see Mike Trout. He goes 0 for 4, and he's like unimpressed. And they pick Grant Green in the first round there that same year. So it's like, how do you judge a guy like Mike Trout who's in high school dominating a smaller league?
Chopper off the bat of Castro, barehanded. Simmons, you don't see that very often. Simmons barehanding, throws it away. One of the great defenders of this era. Andrelton Simmons, 4 Gold Gloves, and Castro is on his way down to second base.
Yeah, this is a do or die play for Simmons. He comes in, knows he doesn't have time to get it to the glove, to the hand, just uses the bare hand, gets it, and he's usually right on the money with these throws. This throw is offline and back into the Tiger dugout. It's going to go down as a single and an error, as Castro's able to get to second base on the throwing error by Simba.
Yeah, sometimes when you're barehanded like that, when the ball's moving so quickly, the ball can get deeper in your hand than you want. He spoils us, though. When a play like that happens, you look twice and say, did that actually happen? It did.
Now, the Gold Glove, of course, is the voting of coaches and managers, and 25% is the Sabre Defensive Index, which measures a few of the advanced defensive metrics. And so you're thinking Simmons, all right, his 5th Gold Glove, he's a lock for that, but not according to that index right now. You take that ranking right now.
Who do you got?
Marcus Semien is the leader right now, and between Semien and Simmons is Willy Adames of Tampa Bay. Now, 75% is the voting, and you would think Simmons, by reputation, is going to do well in those states, so to speak. Hicks pulls one on the ground. Fletcher fires across. But it tells you that they're in the American League. Semien has had one of the most amazing transformations defensively, and you can thank Ron Washington for the bulk of that. Washington, who was, you want to say raised him from a pup, but really took him under his wing as a project, and he's turned into a terrific defender in Oakland. Jordy Mercer. Ball in the dirt. Knocked down there. And the throw skips into left, but there's Simmons backing up.
That's another one that just got too far away from Garneau. Let's see if he's squared up enough here. Now he's not really squared up.
Nope.
And that's the issue. The ball is going to bounce if you're opened up like that to the side. And make sure you get those shoulders square, chin down to the chest, chest forward, let the ball get down right in front of you. And now it forces the infield to come in.
Infield in, Mercer.
See, he started with an open stance, which is fine, but you have to get to square to block the ball.
He almost looks confused on which way he's supposed to turn his glove over, by the way.
Simmons will go to first. It was great to see Jonathan Lucroy in the Angels clubhouse today, and it sounds like almost any day now he's going to come off the DL.
Yeah, I spoke to him, and he said he's actually been feeling great for the last week and a half. Obviously, with those head injuries, concussions, you better be extra careful and not just rely on a gamer like Lucroy to tell you he's good. Give it a little extra time and be certain about it.
Yep. It was a vicious crash at home plate by Jake Marisnick.
Jacoby Jones now at the top of the order. He's had a nice night. Walked and scored a run, has doubled on a 2-for-4 night, where the Tigers have leaned on Miguel Cabrera, a solo homer in the first and a 2-run single in the 8th. Kristen Stewart, before he left the game after crashing into the left field wall, had an RBI double. And Jordy Mercer's got 2 hits, including home run number 4 of the season.
Well, you talked about a team, Rich, that is trying to learn how to win. So far this game is a pretty good blueprint. You talk about the add-on runs, the job the bullpen has done. Hardy and Farmer getting big outs with runners in scoring position, keeping the lead intact. There have not been a lot of these nights for the Tigers, but this is a good one.
Yeah, how many nights has Ron Gardenhire been able to pick up the phone and said, get Shane Green ready for the ninth?
Not many.
He told us today, I don't care what happens tonight. He's pitching.
He's getting in.
And so it looks like they'll have him for the ninth and ready to go. Jones takes a strike. It's 99. Garcia here. 35,000 here. At the Big A. Garneau got a piece, at least enough of a piece.
And that was a nice job by Garneau. That's the one with the guy at third base. You have to lay your body out, keep it anywhere in the vicinity. And Garneau, as much as we've been talking about some of the ones that haven't gone his way, this is a nice job of just getting out there and doing anything you can to keep this ball from getting behind you. In fact, he sacrificed his throwing hand just to keep it close enough to him. Nice job by Garneau.
Chopper slowly hit, tough play and no play. Jones runs well. He's got a base hit, and it knocks home the 7th run of the night for the Tigers.
We called it because he runs well. Fletcher knew he didn't have time to use the glove. We talked about with Simmons, it's a super difficult play to make when the ball has any kind of speed to it. Trying to barehand this. Second bounce, still moving pretty good. Third bounce, just can't get it.
Well, and the wild pitch that happened comes back to haunt the Angels here in this inning.
Now you call it, Mark. You're up against a team like the Tigers that is 4-28 in its last 32 games. You feel like you should and must, given their position in the standings, sweep the series. And you come out with a game that, let's face it, not a clean game for the Angels tonight. That's a big disappointment.
Yeah, especially coming off losing 3 of 4 to the Orioles. It's you starting to feel the pressure. There's no doubt this team is feeling the pressure because they know what's around the corner. We talked about it earlier. The toughest schedule the second half the Angels have, and it's not going to get any easier after this 3-game series with the Tigers. And their month of September is just absolutely brutal. They play the Red Sox, the Indians, the Tampa Bay Rays, the Yankees, Houston 7 times, and the Oakland A's. The only team they play in September that's under 500 is the Chicago White Sox. That is it. And they're playing more games out of their division than in their division. But with that being said, again, if you're going to get to the wild card, those are the teams you're trying to chase down.
Strength of schedule, though, will really help them in the coaches poll.
There's that.
Garcia with a strikeout, and there he is. Shane Green coming in for the Tigers, and our closer, JP Morosi. JP?
Well, Rich, I am sure that our viewership among the scouts of MLB and the executives is going up right now because they all know they're getting a rare look at Shane Green. As you see there, he's done a great job closing for this team. Of course, not a lot of closing opportunities. We did see him, of course, in the All-Star game, pitch a very clean inning there. So a lot of eyes on Shane Green. Again, there is a scout for the Dodgers here tonight. I can tell you that for certain. Felipe Vasquez, the man on the far left. Rich, for me, he is the possible difference maker of the entire National League. That's a dynamic lefty arm under control through 2023. If he gets moved to the Dodgers, I think they are the clear favorites to win the World Series. But if he goes to the Braves, you think about that arm in the Braves' dynamic bullpen, adding to a bullpen that's struggled at times this year, but making it much stronger. That's an arm that I believe would help them control the likes of Bellinger and Muncy and Peterson and Seager. It's all about lefty arms and lefty bats in LA, and I think a nice counterbalance to that would be Felipe Vasquez for the Atlanta Braves.
Hey, JP, before I let you go, how many times do you have to charge your phone on a day as you near the trade deadline?
That's a great question, Rich. I have one of those portable chargers that charges my phone as I use it. If that did not exist, I would be in a world of hurt right now, my friend. This is one of the busiest weeks of the year, months of the year, days of the year right here, and I'm glad to be spending it with you because it's really actually a lot of fun. It's what we do, but I will tell you this, you really get a sense the players, they start coming up to us, and Tom knows this too, at this time of year. Hey, where am I going? What's going on? These are real decisions, certainly, for the players and their families.
All right, thank you, JP. Take the field with your ultimate MLB squad, and RBI Baseball delivers a genuine MLB experience, the ability to manage your MLB franchise across multiple seasons. You can have your own trade deadline deals, official 2019 uniforms, hundreds of new animations. Learn more, RBIGame.com, rated E for everyone. Tom Verducci, I think you, same deal, charge the phone multiple times?
Forget the phone. I want to know how he recharges himself. I think he's been dipping into Mark's coffee.
Got the good brew, that's for darn sure.
All right, so now that we have the attention of all Major League scouts and GMs, guys, tell me about Shane Greene. What makes him right now a great trade piece for a contender?
Sinker, slider, cutter, defends the home run really well, which is so much of what the game is today. And you'll watch when he pitches here. I want you to pay attention to his arm swing. He's got a very quick arm. So his stuff plays up on hitters. When you get, just as you do with closers, just a very short window to see them, it's hard to make adjustments. But watch, he doesn't bring the ball down back very far at all. And he's got a fastball, to me, Mark, that plays up more than what the radar gun tells you.
Yeah, and anytime you've got the sinker, even though the sinker is taboo in baseball now, when a power sinker, you can talk to any hitter, that ball that's headed towards the ground is still the hardest thing to square up if you put it in good location.
Calhoun trying to elevate, swings and misses. Tom, would that be perceived velocity you were talking about there?
Yeah, exactly. I think maybe not so much in his stride, like our oldest Chapman has 7-foot stride, so he's actually adding a mile and a half to his fastball because he's shortening distance. But this is not so much difference in terms of stride, but in terms of the arm swing.
That's gorgeous. 93 on the black. Calhoun barking at himself. And there's one out here in the ninth.
Well, this is precision right here. This is that little two-seamer that comes back. Calhoun just gives up on it, and it's got enough to tail to it to come back and catch that inside part of the plate. And when you can work both sides of the plate with your fastball, and then you have the slider that goes with it, you're going to have success.
Pujols here. Yeah, if you're a team that's in full rebuild mode like the Tigers, having a closer like this is it's not a luxury, it's almost a fifth wheel. But a great piece to have this time of year.
For the next couple of days.
I'm with you. I'd be surprised if he's still here. I mean, we've seen it every year now. Contending teams, first place teams, need to add to bullpens.
And not necessarily as a closer. You know, you want the guys that can lock down the 8th and the 9th, or the 7th and the 8th, not just the 9th. Teams that have established closers may be calling and saying, hey, this guy, we can make this guy our 8th inning guy or our 7th inning guy. It gives your bullpen length. Pujols is out, and the Tigers and Jordan Zimmerman 1 out away from this win. What a nice moment it will be for Zimmerman, trying to fight his way back to his past form. 17 straight starts without a win, tying a Tigers franchise record. And it's not like the Tigers have been around for a long time.
No, September 5th, 2018. The last time the box score had a W next to Zimmerman's name. 0-10 in 17 starts. ERA 7.51, so he hasn't pitched great, but it takes that long. You know, you had have been missing some luck as well. And tonight, the Tigers have played a really clean, good game.
And stick around. Our post-game show, JP Morosi will have interviews from down below with the Tigers. We should have manager reaction on both sides to what was a really nice win for a young rebuilding team, and a tough one for an Angel team scrapping to stay over 500 and stay in the wild card race. Simmons tonight in 0 for 3. Just 2 runs on 5 hits for the Angels. The Tigers put up 7 runs on 9 hits.
And that's the impressive part. The Angels have been swinging the bats. It hasn't been a lack of scoring runs for the Angels. It's been the pitching side of it that has kind of hurt them. They have scored runs, and they've been held in check here tonight.
This is in, and Simmons walks. We'll bring up Renifo.
Luis Renifo has been a good story for the Angels this year. Again, the injury to Tommy LaStella, who having a career year, all-star this year. He went down. That opened the space for Luis Renifo, who is on the target to potentially be one of the middle infielders of the future for the Angels. And they get a kind of a sneak preview of, there's Tommy LaStella and his 16 home runs this year. And that was just unfortunate to have Tommy LaStella go down. But Renifo is starting to develop at the major league level. That he's getting that opportunity, starting to feel comfortable with that.
Ball and a strike. Certainly not a save opportunity, but nice to get Green into a game where he can shut the door on a Tigers win.
Angels have Brian Goodwin on deck, so if there's 2 outs here, and this is one where you don't want to really mess around because you're getting closer and closer to flipping it back over towards top side of this order.
And they're giving Simmons second base. I would take the bag. I always want infielders, force them to make the throw to first base. You're not defending me at first base, you're giving me second. Take the bag.
Yep, I agree.
That's a strike.
You want to make it as tough as you possibly can for them to get that final out.
Angels dropped 3 of 4 to the Orioles. Down to their last strike against the Tigers. And that'll do it. Green finishes. Renifo strikes out. And the Detroit Tigers and Jordan Zimmerman beats the Los Angeles Angels. 7-2 the final score. Zimmerman's first win in his last 18 starts. He had gone 17 starts without a win. Start number 18. He gets the W. A much needed win for a young team that was really struggling after being swept by 4 games in Seattle. Time for the postgame show, the YouTube MLB postgame show in Anaheim. That's right, kids. Tigers beat the Angels. Miguel Cabrera with a big night. Miggy, only his 6th homer of the season. That set the tone. Knocked in 2 late. And the Tigers open up this 3-game series with a win. Rich Waltz, Mark Langston, Tom Verducci. Not a lot of games in the major leagues tonight, but this one, wild card teams in the American League certainly will check out. They wanted to see if the Angels could continue to win games as they have through this month of July. But a 7-2 win by the Tigers. Nick Castellanos joins us now. Nick, first of all, I know for you guys, getting the win for Jordan Zimmerman must feel good. He's been struggling to pitch like he did tonight and get the win. Makes everybody happy, doesn't it?
Hold on. First of all, can you guys see how I managed to swing putting this headset over my glove on top of my hat?
That's impressive.
That's talent.
Right?
That is cool.
Did anyone teach you that, or is that something you just have developed as a big leaguer?
I don't know. You know, this is what happened. And you know what? I'm pretty impressed by it.
We are too.
So answering your question.
Yep.
Yeah, we're really happy for Zim, man. Obviously, this year hasn't gone great for anybody, you know, really wearing a Tigers uniform, except for Shane and Boyd. But, you know, he puts in as much work as anybody could ask for, and, you know, he brings it just like if he was dominating on a competitive, like a contending team. And that's all we can ask for, really, is to set an example for, you know, all the young pitchers and stuff. And he does a great job of that. So the fact that he can get a win today, and, you know, we backed him up offensively is good.
Yeah, Nicholas, I wanted to ask you about that job offensively. It began with Miggy's home run. Now you and Miggy, all you guys know how big your yard is back in Detroit. To watch him go yard, and we know he's not at full strength with that right knee, dead center field. How impressed were you by that swing?
Well, I mean, not very, because we see that all the time. If this was his home field, he'd easily have close to 15 home runs. You know, it's just his bat path, you know, so I don't know how many times he's flown out, you know, around the warning track or whatever from left center to right center, you know, and he kind of, you know, walks in like, what are you going to do? And the first thing that he said to the catcher and to me, he goes, hey, that's a pop-up in Detroit. And I said, yeah, you're right.
Hey, you're a South Florida guy, so you grew up when Miggy was a young Marlin and helped lead that team to the 2003 World Series. As a teammate, what have you learned from him as a hitter?
As a hitter, nothing. But as a person and how to be successful at this game, everything. And he's a kid in the backyard playing wiffle ball, man. And that's as good as I can put it. You know, he has fun. He never gets too down on himself. He never, you know, allows really anything to hinder from him enjoying himself by playing this baseball game. And I mean, look at what he's done. And you know, that's what I take from Miggy and being his teammate.
Yeah, it's terrific. All right, thanks for the visit, and good luck getting that thing off your head.
Thank you.
All right, Nick Castellanos, kind enough to visit with us as the Tigers have a 7-2 win. Nick's in an interesting spot. He knows that in the next 24 to 48 hours, he may be wearing a different uniform here.
I think, however it turns out, if he's here or not here, he'll be thankful for 4 o'clock on Wednesday. And just, it's about baseball at that point. I'm sure he's probably hoping, not that he doesn't like it here, but that he finds himself in a pennant race, playing games in September that mean something. But yeah, it seems like every year the attention, the rumors, is amped up a little more. And that's been the case now for a month, if not more, for Nicholas Castellanos. So resolution is coming. Just have to be patient for a couple more days.
And the two guys that he mentioned in there, Mark, talking about Boyd and Green. We saw Green. Boyd threw great yesterday in Seattle. Those are two other pieces. It's a nervous time around baseball. And I think for a lot of people in baseball, this one deadline, I'm sure people are still trying to figure out how is this going to affect what happens in the next 24 hours.
Oh, there's no doubt about it. Nicholas Castellanos is one that has already publicly said, hey, this is starting to mess with me a little bit and mess with my approach in your daily routine. All of a sudden is interrupted because you turn the TV on, you hear your name. You show up to the ballpark, you hear your name. You're not sure if you're going to be in this locker room with these guys today, tomorrow. It does start to wear on you time after time, day after day. So certainly, as you mentioned, at 4 o'clock come Wednesday, one way or another, Nicholas Castellanos could take a deep breath and say, I'm either playing with somebody else or I'm going to be a Tiger for the rest of the season.
All right, let's show you some pictures from tonight if you're just happening by. This was a fun game, especially for a young Tiger team that has really struggled. Jaime Barria, after he gave up the Miguel Cabrera home run, really settled in. And he got through 3. This was the Cabrera home run. Smack to center. He hit it off his front leg, Tom Bertucci. He really didn't have any weight on that back foot.
Yeah, and he was joking with Albert Pujols and Dustin Garneau that that's an out at Comerica Park. I like playing here. Why not? Jordan Zimmerman really had the slider working tonight. Trout manages to get one through, but for the most part, he had the best slider of a season in which that pitch mark has gone missing for most of the year.
Yeah, this is the thing that you highlighted at the beginning of the game. If he's able to get out and get that slider in good locations, he can control the strike zone, and he was able to do that tonight. Barely any mistakes at all, just a couple of them up. The rest of them were down and off that outer half of the plate. A very, very difficult night for the Angels offense.
Now, Barria was racking up strikeouts. First 3 innings, he had 5 strikeouts. 4 came on his devastating slider. Slider was the flavor of choice for both starters here tonight, both Barria and Jordan Zimmerman. On to the top of the 4th. This is a tough chance. Theis, the converted catcher, that's a straight error, a 2-base error.
Yeah, difficult play, but that possibly could have been and maybe should have been the 3rd out of the inning. And this was a common theme tonight, that Barria had trouble getting the 3rd out of the inning. Christian Stewart comes up and takes advantage of a pitch that got too much of the plate to drive in the 2-out run.
It's a 2-0 lead at that point for the Tigers. Tell us, Mark Langston, what you liked about Jordan Zimmerman.
Well, we just talked about it. It's the slider. That's his go-to pitch, and he was able to put it in good spots. And the Angels have been scoring runs. Their offense has not been the issue. And for Jordan Zimmerman, and you look at his numbers in July, 0-3, a 14.09 ERA in the month of July. Not a lot of positive things for Jordan Zimmerman to take out to the mound, but he was able to locate that slider well.
Mercer's always a guy that's shown some power, especially in Pittsburgh, and so nice to see him healthy and put that one into the rocks.
Another 2-out mistake right there. This is on the upper part of the strike zone, and Barria got burned on that. But if you look at the night, I think overall for Jaime Barria, the Angels have got to be happy with it. This was a game for the youngster who's only just turned 23 years old, gave the Angels exactly what they wanted. 5 innings, 3 runs or less.
Maybe one of the most impressive swings of the night was Cole Calhoun taking a breaking ball opposite field, and this is the play that Kristen Stewart would leave the game after, slamming that left shoulder into the support on the wall as the ball bounced off the very top of the wall. And Calhoun continues a powerful year. 24 home runs now for the Angels right fielder. David Fletcher in the gap left center. This would chase home Theis.
And this is when Zimmerman just started to get fatigued. That pitch left up there. Next batter was Mike Trout, and he's going to hit him on the hand. That was a scary moment. Mike seems like he's okay. He stayed in the game.
Yeah, this is after a pitch before. A lot of sliders in this sequence. Trout almost looking for that slider away. 3-2 fastball that comes in and gets him.
Trainers tended to him, and then came maybe the 2 biggest outs of the game, and that's when Blaine Hardy came in, and with the bases loaded, struck out Justin Upton, and then he had to face Cole Calhoun.
Great job of pitching. I'm sorry, Mark. I mean, the pitches he was throwing, if he's driving not down 405, CHP wouldn't even stop him. I mean, he's in the 70s with those changeups, but he executed.
I like that, the obligatory freeway reference here. The Californians appearing.
Did you like that double play?
I did. That was terrific. Fletcher to Simmons to Pujols. That's sweet.
That's a Sunday drive on the 405 right there where nobody's around. You've got the freeway to yourself. That one right there was as slick and smooth as it gets.
Exit at La Cienega. Cabrera into center field. Now Miggy came up in an RBI spot, reminiscent of how Carlos Lee used to drive in runs. Just drive it up the middle.
First pitch fastball. That man knows what he's doing with men on base.
Yeah, he does. Wild pitch, another run. Goodrum with good hustle coming in from third. And I'm sure this feels good for the day. They did a lot of things right tonight.
They did, and they took advantage of, seems like, every mistake the Angels made in this game tonight. The Tigers were ready for that, and that it hasn't happened for them. It's been such a long year, and this was one of those nights tonight that everything kind of went their direction, and when the Angels made a mistake, the Tigers took full advantage.
Trading deadline alert. Shane Green is well and good and throwing hard and looks good. Finally, a chance to get him in the game in a situation where it meant something. It wasn't a save situation, but it felt like it, for goodness sake, with all the losses that have mounted for the Tigers.
Yeah, it wasn't a save, but I'm telling you, the scouts who watched him pitch, because you want to make a trade for someone who's throwing the ball well. You want a hot pitcher. I'm sure the reports are very good. They'll turn in on the stuff he had tonight.
Now, when you rebuild and you got a lot of kids, you have to sprinkle in some veterans. Jordy Mercer is playing that role, and he had a big role in tonight's win. Mercer with a home run and a single. JP Morosi caught up with him.
Well, first of all, you can't take anything for granted. I think that's the biggest thing. I've been fortunate enough to stay healthy for almost my whole career. So this has been a different ride for me this year, and it's been unfortunate. But I'm back. I'm healthy. I feel good, and I'm just back to playing the game I love. And I think that's the most important thing: is you're back on the field, trying to help your team win. I did a lot of cheerleading over the past 2.5 months, so it's good to get out here and help these guys win.
Who are the people in your life, baseball or family otherwise, that have helped you get through that stretch and get you back on the field and feeling good again?
Everybody did. I mean, everybody pitched in. My wife, my mom and dad, family. I mean, everybody sent their texts and just keeping up with me, saying hi, seeing how things are going. My teammates were helping me out. The training staff did a heck of a job. Everybody was pitching in, basically, from Lakeland all the way up to Detroit. So it's been a long ride, but we're back healthy, we're back going, and hopefully win a lot of games.
Last couple ones for you. Knowing, of course, where we're at in the calendar right now this time of year, the trade deadline conversations are there. How much do you have to do as a veteran? You've been through this before in Pittsburgh, certainly on the end where you guys were getting players a lot of the times. How do you help set a good tone and think about Castellanos, other guys that are maybe getting talked about? How do you help them maybe stay focused and very much in the moment?
I think continue to play. I think that's all you can do as a baseball player. The stuff outside of what happens in the clubhouse and what happens here in the dugout, you can't control it. I think that's the biggest thing. I've seen it where some crazy things happen over the deadline. So if you can just go out and play, try to block as much stuff out and go play your game and have fun, and let the chips fall where they may, everything will be happening.
And lastly, a night like this, it's been a tough year for the Tigers, certainly, but you see a lot of former MVP awards on this field here between Cabrera, Trout, and Pujols. You see Miggy hit the home run early. He's smiling at Albert. How much do you enjoy watching that interplay between those three great players?
It's living legends right in front of our face. It really is. I mean, a couple of the greatest hitters of our generation, and Trout might be one of the greatest hitters to ever live when it's all said and done. So, like I said, it's just living legends right in front of our face, and we're fortunate that we get to play with guys like that and get to play against guys like that. That's what makes this game so fun.
Jordy, always been classy in Pittsburgh, and you brought that same thing here to Detroit. Thanks for all your time, and always such a great pro, Jordy. Thanks so much.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Back to you.
Great perspective from Jordy Mercer. Now we shift from the Tigers, a feel-good win, to the Angels. Mark Langston, you work the Angel broadcast. Tom, you have such a great perspective yourself on this. We said coming in that, the Angels probably wouldn't be buyers. They're on the periphery and scratching to try to stay in the race. Now that they've stumbled against the Orioles, and they stumble here, lost 3 of 4 to the Orioles, and lose the first one here to Detroit, is there a chance that they go from possibly buyers to sellers in 24 hours?
I don't know about sellers, but I think this would make them less aggressive as far as buyers, because general managers generally hate small sample sizes, but this time of year forces you to be realistic in a very small window. And these last 5 days that you referenced, Rich, not good for the Angels at all. You have to really look in the mirror as a general manager and say, are we a postseason team? Will one more trade get us in? And I think the answer to that is more on the no side now for the Angels based on these last 5 days. Now, it doesn't preclude them from making a deal that still could help them going forward beyond this year.
Right.
But in terms of aggressive, selling out to get for a postseason spot, less likely now based on the last 5 days.
Mark, you have your finger on the pulse of this ball club. What do you expect is going to happen with the Angels in the next 24 hours?
Yeah, I think that series with Baltimore, obviously tonight, really, I think changes the tone. After sweeping the Dodgers in Dodger Stadium, there was so much momentum heading into this homestand because the schedule is what it is. The Baltimore Orioles have struggled this year. The Detroit Tigers have certainly struggled this year. These games are critical to a team that's trying to chase down a wild card spot. You come up short in the Orioles series. Obviously, tonight's game did not go their direction. It's a disappointing homestand. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. This team knows they're better than this, and it's just unfortunate to see the way this is kind of gone because, again, coming from that Dodgers series, you thought, all right, they're going to ride into this series. They're going to get through the end of the month on a plus note and gain some ground and some momentum. And the game of baseball is all about momentum. And when you have it, and they certainly have a lot of talent, and the offense has been carrying this ball club, you think, all right, you never know. And certainly the series with the Orioles and here tonight has really, I think, taken a lot of wind out of the sails for the Angels here.
All right, let's go down below and hear from Brad Ausmus, manager of the Angels.
Brad, obviously there were a lot of things that didn't go the way you wanted today. I mean, how disappointing is it to have just kind of a team-wide sort of performance?
Yeah, not great timing. You know, it's it really didn't, you know, give him credit. Jordan Zimmerman pitched well, but didn't really do much against him, especially in the early part of the game. And then late in the game, they tacked on and put some separation between them and us. So they outplayed us.
How difficult has this sort of few weeks been mentally? Just do you feel like maybe this is some of the after effects of something like that?
I don't know. It could be, but you know, it just in baseball, a lot of how games go is the timing of when you play teams. You know, you play teams when they're hot or when they're pitching well. They're a lot tougher even if they're a team towards the bottom of the standings. And it can go the other way too. You can play a team that's very good and you catch them when they're not pitching or hitting well, and you can beat them. But you know, the timing of us struggling against Baltimore and then the first game of this series obviously isn't good. We had made some strides to get up above, you know, 5 games over 500. Take a few steps back. You know, fortunately won yesterday. Now the goal is to win the series against Detroit, so we need to win the next 2.
What do you think of Berea?
Berea did a fine job, actually. They seemed to get to him that last inning a little bit, hit some balls hard, obviously scored a couple runs, but overall I thought he did fine.
Again, you know, more struggles. What was kind of what you see this time?
Yeah, you know, I wouldn't say he got hit hard today. Today it was it was more about the command, strike throwing, but the stuff's still there.
I know Detroit had a growing lead, but how big was that stretch with the bases loaded where you had Upton and then Calhoun?
Well, I mean, you look back at it now and you feel like you missed an opportunity, and we didn't have a ton of opportunity over the course of the game. That being said, I don't know what happens if we score there or not.
What have you seen in Upton's swing the last 10 games or so?
He's not swinging like he normally does. He's coming off the ball a little bit, and I know he doesn't feel right, and he's working hard to correct it.
Do you think you might change the spots you're using Buttrey while he's working this stuff out?
You know, we'll discuss it. It's a possibility. If we need to take a step back with a pitcher to help him get return to form, we can do that. Not sure if we will or not, but it's a possibility.
Back here on the field at Angel Stadium after the Tigers scored first and led the whole way in a victory for the first time since the 31st of May. That according to John Lowe here with research on the field. Also a couple Tigers notes to wrap up. Christian Stewart was found to have a concussion. He was put in the concussion protocol after the game, or after he left the game rather, and he'll be placed now on the 7-day concussion disabled list. Also, one note from earlier today, Chris McCoskey reporting in the Detroit News that Bobby Wilson, Tigers catcher, has been placed on waivers, outright waivers. The expectation is Jake Rogers, who actually was acquired in the Verlander trade a couple years ago, he will be on his way to make his Major League debut. In trade news tonight, a quiet night in terms of actual acquisitions, although one development with the Toronto Blue Jays. Ken Giles was not available to pitch tonight once again because of elbow issues. That really clouds his status, makes it a lot harder probably for the Jays to get full value back for him or even trade him at all at this point in time, considering that elbow issue here so close to Wednesday's 4 p.m. Eastern time deadline. Certainly helps perhaps the Tigers' chances to move Shane Green after a very impressive outing for him tonight here in Anaheim. Also on the docket for tomorrow, Noah Syndergaard still listed as the Mets' scheduled starter against the White Sox. Of course, that could change. A lot of conversation there as we understand it between the Mets and the Padres about a trade involving him potentially. But again, no deal yet. Syndergaard slated to pitch tomorrow, as is Mike Leake of the Mariners. One more trade possibility there, as certainly a busy last couple days ahead, Rich, on the trade market.
All right, thank you. Nice work tonight, JP.
Likewise, Rich. Thank you.
All right, get some sleep. Maybe an hour or two before your phone starts buzzing again. in the morning. Now, at the outset of the telecast, these two esteemed baseball minds and me talked about the Tigers, and it was essentially, well, what do the Tigers have to do? What are the issues that they've got? So how did we do tonight? Trade audition was a first topic. Guys, what'd you see?
I think Shane Green was really good at the back end of the game. Nick Castellanos, we know what this guy can hit. You're not going to make a decision based on tonight, but again, I think he's going to help any team, especially that needs help against left-handed pitching. He's terrific at that. And Matthew Boyd did a great job watching Shane Green close the game.
Yes.
I still don't think Matthew Boyd's going anywhere because the price is astronomical, as it should be. But Shane Green was really impressive. Great point that JP made about Giles maybe out of that trade market mix because of health.
Now, were these songs from Orange County or from Michigan that you song titles that you
Orange
put in there?
County, I told you, I took these from Mark's 8-track collection. That's right. And I said, you got to get this guy back in the groove, right? Jordan Zimmerman? Yeah, he did. And how about signs of life? This team that lost 28 of 32 and Miggy with the bad knee? I'd say, yeah, you saw a really well-played win for the Tigers. They needed a win anyway, but they got one in the best possible way. Lead start to finish. Great job by the bullpen. I thought Hardy's pitching here with the bases loaded with 2 punch-outs was a huge turning point in the game.
Last 16 games, hits, homers. Now, the home runs are not coming. That was just his 6th home run of the season. His slugging percentage is in the 360s right now. But I think Cabrera showed tonight he can still be an effective force in the lineup. Bases loaded, driving in the runs. He's an exceptional situational hitter for a big power guy. He doesn't have his power. The hope is that whatever he's got in that right knee, that somehow through therapy or surgery or something, they can give him that back leg strength, because obviously they're going to be paying him for the next 4 years. So you'd love to see a little bit of health for Miggy to give him a push towards the end of his career.
And I think he was invigorated by playing against his big brother, Albert Pujols.
To me, that was the best moment of the night. Not necessarily Miggy's home run and his tour around the bases informing everybody of his home run, but the interview that we had with Pujols and Miggy, those two guys. Miggy, of course, just idolized Pujols when he got to the league. Pujols adores Miggy. And listening to them to go back and forth for about 2 minutes was really cool.
I thought it was outstanding to see two Hall of Famers. Albert's first ballot. I think Cabrera's a first ballot Hall of Famer. To be able to get in the room and share stories with each other, and certainly big brother, little brother, we heard that part of that conversation. It's fun when you have great hitters like that and you can get them in a room. You want to be that fly on the wall just to hear that conversation, to see what's going on in their head. And those two guys just really, truly respect each other's game. They both have had the injury problems as far as the legs, so they're both kind of in the same spot offensively and can't do some of the things that they used to be able to do, but Hall of Fame careers for both of them.
All right, this is a busy window for Major League Baseball on YouTube. Look at the games next week. Cardinals at Dodgers. That's a noon start at Chavez Ravine. 3:10 start Eastern Time. Big game Cardinals, big game Dodgers. And then next night in San Francisco, where something magical is happening in Bruce Bochy's final season, the Giants are off the canvas and in the race, and the Phillies visit the Giants. That's a nighttime game on Thursday. Twins-Brewers is a real good matchup on that Wednesday. Rockies at Diamondbacks coming up. Game of the week on YouTube, returning on Wednesday. So we'll see you for the Dodgers and the Cardinals. Pregame show starts at 2:30 Eastern. For Mark Langston, Tom Verducci, John Morosi, known as JP, the pride of Michigan. Mike Trainer, our producer. Jonathan Evans, our director tonight. I'm Rich Waltz from Anaheim, the Big A, home of the Angels. Big win for the young Tigers. Thanks for watching the MLB Game of the Week on YouTube.